Good afternoon. Yes, I'm back with some more Game Boy games, but I've got a couple of things to reveal as they are pertinent to the stream. So, after one of the previous streams, like a couple of weeks ago, I actually took apart a couple of cartridges to try to fix them, like clean them up, try to get them working again. So there are two cartridges that didn't work. I showed off one of them on, well, Game Boy Color Part 1, and that is, if I can get that out, it was this, the Superboy Color 21-in-1, also known as the Ture Color 21-in-1, you'll see why it's called that in a bit. And I showed it off briefly because it didn't work, but we will come back to this. But there was a second cartridge which I didn't show off, that I thought worked, but I tried it out and it turns out it did not. So I took it apart and tried to clean it, and, you know, even if I can't get this to work, I have to show this off on stream at least once. See if you can figure out the reason why. Do, 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 do. It's like, yeah, this thing is massive. I don't know why it's this big. I don't think it needs all the cartridge space, but yeah, like that is the greatest cartridge design I've ever seen. Like, look at that. It from a distance, it almost looks like a PC Engine Who card or whatever, but it's not. It's a Game Boy cartridge. Yeah, 1995, Super 15-in-1. Yeah, I had to show this one off on camera. So, if I try to get this to work, so let me stick this in the system. Oh, also actually, no, before we go in to the list, I mean, I do want to point out something with the actual list itself. So, yeah, because I mean, you look at this top 10, and only one of these games so far has been a killer game. The rest of all, you know, the filler games still kind of dominate the top end of this list. You know, and I've covered at least 20 killer games at this point. Only one has gotten into the top 10. V-Rally, really good game. You know, Robocop and Flintstones, also quite good. I don't know what it says about this list, that the best of these killer games have all been from Ocean. That is not something I would have expected going into this series, but yeah, it's true. Yeah, they all come from Ocean. But they're still not as good as Bubble Ghost. You know, I don't have a Game Genie for Game Boy. I've got, like, a Game Shark, or whatever the purple one is. But, yeah, there's not many killer games in the top half of this list, but you go down towards the bottom. Yeah, there are a lot more down here. You know, I mean, last time I ended up playing, you know, the first few Mega Man games. Mega Man 2 avoids this area. That one's actually not that bad, but 1 and 3 are kind of awful. But they're still better than Tom and Jerry, which is a game so poorly made you don't even have a weapon that does anything. And Radical Rescue, which is so brutally unfair that it's... No. That's a game that's only to be played if either you're masochistic or you have save states. Playing that game legit, no. Though, of course, Tasmania's Story still reigns supreme at the bottom. But for how much longer will Tasmania's Story continue to be the worst game on this list? Well, perhaps we'll find out. So, okay. So let me get this cartridge inserted first, the tall one, and you can see what the deal is with this. If it works. There we go. Yeah. So, like I said, the label clearly says 15-in-1, and I swear when I first got this thing, it worked. And it was a 15-in-1 menu, and you could play the games on it. But for some reason now it comes up with 30 games. Which sounds great, but there's just one problem. It doesn't work. You cannot run the games on this, you know. I would want to play Tumble Pop, but I cannot play Tumble Pop. Or yeah, GB Dodge. I swear this thing worked when I first got it, and now it doesn't. It's a shame, because, again, there are some interesting games in here. I mean, Tumble Pop would have been great. But we cannot play Tumble Pop. because this cartridge doesn't work, and I don't have Tumble Pop on anything else. So, it's unfortunate. So I'm guessing what happened with this, because, yeah, it shows 30 games on the menu, and they do appear to be 30 different games. I don't know if they ever made a 30-in-1 version like this. Like, legit. I assume there's some issue with, like, dip switch being triggered. And, yeah, so unfortunately we can't play GB Bomb Sixer or Kitaretu, Dodgeball. Thankfully we don't have to play Turtles 3 again. Once was too many. But, yeah. So I'm guessing what's going on here is that the pointers on this version of the menu are all different, which is why none of these games work. But, yeah, turns out Flipple is the only game on this that actually works, but, you know, of course I've already ranked this game, so there's not really a whole lot to go over with it. But, you know, it's nice to be reminded of Flipple's existence. Anyway, yeah. So, like I say, we're going to have to skip this cartridge because, again, it doesn't work. Like I say, I swear it worked when I first got it. Though, actually, I do want to point out that when I was out today, so just doing shopping and various other bits and bobs, I picked up another cartridge. I don't know if I'll get around to this one today. If we have some time at the end, I might play this one. You can't really see it, unfortunately, because it's too blurry, but it is the Game Color 32-in-1 series. So I bought this thing from just a game shop. I never went there before, but I heard about it recently, and I went in and bought this cartridge. So hopefully, well, it did work. I did test this one at home, and like I say, if I find time at the end of the stream, we can play this one for a bit. You don't know what games are on this. I do, because I can read the label. But anyway, we are here to play 21 games to flow. So like I said, I showed off this cartridge a few streams ago, and at the time, it didn't work. You know, I could play the games for about 3 minutes, and they would always crash every single time without fail. But like I say, I took the cartridge apart and cleaned it, and now it seems to actually work properly, so we can go back and actually play the games on this. So, you know, we can play such classics as Nettou Cough 97, Go-Go Monster, Real Bout Special, Bugs Bunny, Sonic 6, Sonic 5. Maybe I should have just left this cartridge broken. I mean, considering that it can play Sonic 5, there's probably a good reason why this cartridge was broken when I got it. But yeah, UU4, Buster Move 3, these are the games that I will be playing on this. And, I mean, you look at some of the other games on here, there are some good games. You know, it has Klax, Motocross Maniacs, which I think is literally the only good Konami game I've come across in this series so far. The rest of them have all been, well, fairly rubbish. I mean, though, to be fair, Radical Rescue is the worst of them, but, yeah. And, like, why is Tasmania Story on this? You literally could have picked any other game on the system and it would have been better than this. Like, why would you go out of your way to pick the worst game on the console? I don't get it. Maybe that's what makes this Ture. Maybe it's miniature or furniture. Like, you're going to play this cartridge so much, it's going to be a part of the furniture in your household. But yeah. So, I will play all of these games, but I will not be doing them in the order that are on this menu because I just don't feel like doing it that way. So I'm actually going to bring back the wheel for the stream. So let's see what the wheel wants me to play first off. Okay, let's do it. And we are going to start off with Bugs Bunny, or Eeks Bunny, I guess. Okay, Bugs Bunny, let's go. Yeah, I wanted to bring back the wheel for at least one stream in the series. Also, because I wanted to show off the Game Boy Killer logo that I did. That I spent all the time on to do that logo. But okay, Bugs Bunny. I think this is a Game Boy Color game. Guess we'll find out in a second. Yeah, so... Infogrames is innovation. Yes, so we have an actual Game Boy Color game to start the stream with, which is a rarity for the series. Bugs Bunny and Lola Bunny together at last. Oh, and we've got a whole bunch of languages. Yeah, you have to play Sonic 6. Oh, we are doing Sonic 6. Yes, welcome to Operation Carrots. I might have played this one a little bit, I can't remember. I did practice on a couple of the games on this, and I'll explain why when we get to them. Yep, there's no medium difficulty in this, it's just easy or hard. Well, I'll go for the default, because that's what I feel like. But hey, look at that parallax effect, that's pretty good. And this sounds like Alberto Gonzalez gems, I think. Oops. Yeah. You don't get to see colour games very often on the stream, it's mostly just been monochrome at this point. And they get separate holes. Maybe they meet in the middle, maybe that's the secret. There were so many Looney Tunes games that were being released on handhelds as well. Like, there was, like, this really bad, like, Tweety game where he gets turned to stone. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh yeah, this looks similar. I recognise the screen. How do we go to the level? Also, okay, first thing I need to point out is that you have to use the B button to jump. Not the A button, like literally every other game on Game Boy. Wait, how do I go into the level? Oh. Okay, press select. I change characters. Okay, that animation is interesting. So how do I go into the level? I swear I got into a level when I played this before. Oh, here we go. Yep, here's your Simmons Sam. What's he up to? Oh, is that like a really small password? Or a combination of passwords? Well, we're going to Treasure Island. So, okay, first thing I note with this game is the fact that you have to press the B button to jump. You know, unlike literally every other game that was ever released on Game Boy Color. Including bootlegs, I should point out. Yeah, I remember this game. Oh no, Yosemite Sam just disappears at the beginning. Yeah. You gotta collect the E's. Because E's are good, there's shame in it to be believed. But yeah, so it's basically a game where Bugs Bunny has the ability to hammer stuff. I like this animation though, look at this. Whoa! Oh no! We got the flying ability now. Like I said, there were so many Looney Tunes games coming out around this time. I'm guessing it has something to do with maybe Space Jam? Like there had to have been like a big Looney Tunes marketing thing after Space Jam come out. Because everyone saw that film. Even though the film wasn't very good, everyone saw it. You know, like Michael Jordan and Bugs Bunny Mania was all the rage back in 1996. And this game came out in 1998, I think, or around that time. Yeah, I mean, the presentation's pretty good. You know, it's very nice and colourful. I can't remember if there was a monochrome version of this or not. I don't think there was. Also, touching Yosemite Sam doesn't actually seem to hurt you in this, which is interesting. Who gives you extra? Tweety, apparently. Turns out Halifax has been lying to me the whole time. But then again, who'd want to give Tweety credit? He was always kind of the annoying little shit in the Looney Tunes universe anyway. I don't know. It's one of those things, it's like you always wanted Sylvester to win. It's a bit like Tom and Jerry in that sense. Oh yeah, the LeBron James movie. You know, I've never seen that, but everything I've seen kind of indicates to it being, well, no better than the original. Like, the original at least had, I don't know, there's maybe some 90s charm that carries it a little bit. Also, yeah, I don't know how you meant to dodge those shots. Unless you know the exact timing on it. Also, the fact there are no checkpoints is a problem. But to be fair, I mean, you compare this to the, you know, the platformers I played last time. Could do a lot worse. But yeah, there are at least a couple of color games on this, or well, actually this might be the only one now that I think about it. I can't remember if there were any other color games on this cartridge. Literally can't remember. There might have been. Yeah, like full damage. To me, if I could talk. Yeah, full damage has always been a negative for me. Like, if a game is full damage, it loses points for that. Unless maybe it's like, you know, it's a game that's trying to be a little bit more realistic in terms of physics, like, you know, like Tomb Raider or something like that. But you know, when it's like Bugs Bunny's, you know, Island Caper-thon, there's not really much reason to. Oh. There's not really much reason to do it. Okay, that was my fault. Yeah, it definitely sounds like him. Makes sense. I mean, we got to hear some of this stuff last time when we played the B-Rally game. I'm not sure this is quite on the level of B-Rally, though. Okay, so he doesn't take damage from that jump, but he takes damage from the other jump. That appears to be the exact same size. I don't get that. Like, you could just save the confusion by just not having full damage in the first place. Save everyone the hassle. And code that into the game. Okay, Action 52 has taught me that, yeah, full damage never works as a concept. Also, yeah, he just kind of just blindsides you with that attack as well. I don't know, was there ever a monochrome version of this? Because a lot of these, like, infograms... Well, I'm not sure if it's infograms necessarily, but these European licensed tie-ins that got released, a lot of them were released on both monochrome and colour versions. In fact, there is one other Looney Tunes game that I will end up covering at some point that did get released like that, though the colour version came out much later, so it's a bit of an odd one. What is Yosemite Sam doing on... Okay, like, what am I supposed to do there? Doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, you're supposed to use an umbrella, but the game doesn't tell you how to do it. Like, am I supposed to press down? Because I was like... Because I was holding down B. Like, B is what you use to do the other abilities. Like, it's very poorly telegraphed, like, how to do, like, certain abilities. And, like, why did he die that time, when he died none of the other times when he fell the exact same height? Just doesn't make any sense, like, design-wise. Again, I feel like they could solve so many problems by just removing the fall damage from the game completely. Like, that would have helped a lot. But, yeah. It's like, okay, yeah, he can fall, you know, 50 inches, but if he falls 51 inches, he dies instantly. Okay, we're beating this first level at least. But like, am I supposed to turn into Lola? Yeah, I think that's what... See, the thing is, like, okay, it doesn't say turn into Lola to use the umbrella. Like, how would you know that the first time? Like, I forgot that was even a mechanic, because you can use Bugs Bunny for everything else. Like, there's a slight resemblance to... what was it? The Bugs Bunny and Taz game on PlayStation. I want to say that got much better use out of having two characters, though. Like, there's something to this, but I'm not sure if it comes together. So this game works in monochrome, but there was no separate, you know, monochrome exclusive release, I assume. Yeah, I don't know. Like, were there any really good licensed games like this around this time? Because all the ones I can think of are average, generally. Maybe a few bad ones in there from, like, lesser developers. Was it the Ants game? Because there was an Ants game on Game Boy, and I want to say it wasn't very good. It had a very sort of amateurish feel to it from what I remember. Okay, and that enemy just blew up of their own accord. That was interesting. Spontaneous combustion. I haven't seen that since I came across the mirror of Burgundy exploding. Okay, so how do I use the... Oh, okay, you can barely even move horizontally. Oh. Yeah, oh, thanks. If I let go of the B button, the umbrella just disappears. Yeah, great design there, lads. Wonderful. Woody Allen. Oh, yeah, because he was an ant, wasn't he? I forgot about that. I forgot that Woody Allen was even doing acting by that point. See, like, why didn't he die that time? Like, he fell the same distance. I mean, this is better than the Tom and Jerry game, just by the metric of having an attack that does something. It's like, hooray, I can actually kill enemies in this. Yeah, Jerry could learn a thing or two from this. I think they could have done something cool with, like, the... Yeah, with, like, the... height, like the fly mechanic or whatever. It's like, okay, I've got... Okay, I can turn my ears into wings. I mean... Which works, but then you've got, like, okay, here's the umbrella that you just use to not die from like, a fall. When really... If anything, it probably should have been used for, like, access secret areas that you can't get to otherwise. That would have been far better. So it's like... Yeah. So they could have done something cool with it, and then they end up wasting the... I don't know, they basically end up wasting that umbrella mechanic on something that actively makes the game worse. That's the way it feels to me, anyway. But I did get extra. Tell where I'm going to show up. Oh, what's this? I remember this bit. Is this going to be that Shinobi special stage? Because he was just Daffy Duck. Yeah, just throw TNT at Daffy Duck's face. Why not? It's duck season. Oh, wait. Do I have to hold... how do I throw back? Oh, I say I have to charge it. I thought it was like, okay, you have to... Yeah. I thought it was a case of you have to, like, hold up and press A. Yeah, come on. That's what I said for this. Also, yeah, it's like you have to throw it a very specific distance to get it to work as well. And it's not obvious looking at it. Because it's like you have to go by the carrot on the bottom right, but... Yeah, again, it's the kind of thing that's just not obvious looking at it. So does Lola Bunny have a different attack? Okay, it's got a rolling pin. Okay, I don't remember her cooking skills from Space Jam. I say Space Jam because didn't she debut in Space Jam, or am I wrong on that? See, this I kind of like, the whole, like, digging mechanic. Because at least that makes sense for Bugs Bunny to have that. Also, like, sometimes I can use the, you know, fly mechanic, and other times I can't. Presentation's pretty good, I'll give it that. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I remember her debuting in Space Jam, so I don't think it existed before that. And yet somehow it kind of became one of the main characters anyway, said after that. Despite her origins. Okay, here's a question. Can Lola dig as well? I mean, being a rabbit, you would have thought so, but apparently not. I don't know. Like, I get the feeling they might have gotten ideas for Bugs Bunny and Taz Time Busters from this. But again, I want to say that that was a more successful take on it. I guess because Taz, like, his abilities are more notably different to Bugs. And they get some mileage out of that. But I don't know. Not sure what to make of this one so far. Yeah, to be fair, graphically this is quite good. You know, I'll gotta give him credit for that. Like, certainly one of the best looking games I've come across in a while, in this series at least. You know, shows off the power of the Game Boy. Ah, here we go. Problem is it wears off after about 2 seconds. Maybe less than that. But it's like, okay, if I let go of the B button here, I just die immediately. And again, the fact that you have to use the B button to jump is just weird. Again, I can't think of any other game coming out this time that did that. I mean, they kind of standardized that in, like, during the NES era, basically. And this was, again, like, 1998. So it's just kind of bizarre. Well, you can't argue with that, unless there's another Looney Tunes game out there that has more fluid rotating carrots. Okay, I'm not going to bother with the extra letters. I think they're kind of optional anyway, so... Okay, where is the... Oh. What am I supposed to do here? Because, okay, I'm pretty sure if I touch the water, I die. Okay, I'll try to jump across it. There we go. Do you think they stole animations from this game for, what was the game called? I'm trying to remember the name. Wait and See. Yeah, the Famicom bootleg. This may have come out after that, but still. The animation looks suspiciously similar, though it looks a lot better in this game, to be fair. And I mean, they're not going to rip off some obscure bootleg. Well, I wouldn't have thought so anyway. Though it almost looks like a quiff. I don't know. It's like the thing sticking out of the carrot. Because I mean, it's meant to be like a carrot leaf or whatever, but it's also yellow, so it doesn't look like that. It's the boss fight. Yeah, here we go. Okay, well, oh. Nope, turns out you can just run off the platform. Great. Thanks, wouldn't love it. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay, so I'm guessing I can only jump straight up in the air. No, I'm not sure it's quite patch sharp. It's a bit closer to, I don't know, New Kids on the Block, I guess. Also, yeah, like I say, I'm just gonna go for survival, I think. Yeah, see, this is one of those things where it just kills you through just not knowing what the obstacles actually do. And that's never good. I don't know. I feel like they could have designed this better. It's like, oh, well, you didn't know that platform was going to disappear? Oops, no, you're dead. Because you can't possibly react to it. Also, I'm amused by the public domain tunes. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I've got no space. Why not tank hit? Oh, yeah, great. Totally wonderful. Yeah, I'm not sure about this bit. And I guarantee you if I die on this part, it makes me redo the whole level again. So, yeah. Good thing they have that password system, because there's no way anyone's going to get through this otherwise. But yeah, apparently you can cheese it, Kyoryu Sentai Zyuranger style, so... Yeah, when I die, I'm just gonna try that out. Of course the explosion hurt you as well. Great. Thanks, game! And I guarantee you this goes on for like 5 minutes as well. Yeah, of course I missed it by like a pixel. Well, you know what? I think this means it's time to spam the password system, which I guarantee you is how anyone who played this game got past that bit. Because there's no way anyone did that legit. Okay, how many passwords are there? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's what, 15 different passwords. Okay, so does it actually do anything if you get the password right? Or does it just do the exact same thing? I literally can't tell. It's like it's the least user-friendly password screen I've ever seen. It's like, did you do it correctly? We're not telling because we're bastards. I mean, if you play that first boss fight, you should know. But yeah, I'm gonna check this anyway. Because there's no way anyone's beaten that first boss. Unless they sit there for like half an hour having to play the preceding levels. Like, because there aren't even any continues. Okay, like this is literally a game from 1998. Or no. Yeah, 1998. And, like, they didn't even bother to program, like a continue system in the game. In fact, okay, I'm curious what they have to say. Yeah, so even the walkthrough says, yeah, this level's just bullshit. You're not beating this level unless you play it like 100 times and know the exact pattern of what's coming. Fine, you know what? Okay, here we go. Crazy Town. Come, my lady, come, my lady, you're my butterfly. Anyway. Well, this town doesn't look particularly crazy to me. Do you think this is where Crazy Town got the name from? Like, they got it from this game? Yeah, I'm amazed that jump didn't kill me. I mean, the thing is, the platforming is rudimentary. I mean, the platforming's not bad, for the most part. Like I say, the biggest problem with the platforming is just the fact that it's like, okay, you drop 2 inches and you die. So it's like, I have to keep switching to Lola, so I don't die from, like, doing a leap of faith. Though, at least this game has a way to avoid dying from a leap of faith. At least they did that. Like, that could have been a lot worse. So I'll give them some credit. Because some games, okay, like the... Is it Tasmania? Like, whichever game it was where you have to do leaps of faith constantly. And if you don't know the exact spots to do it in, you die. At least this game avoids that problem. So, like, once you know the mechanics, you can just switch over to Lola and then not die from, like, fall damage or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure where the craziness comes in. Maybe it's me. Yeah, but of course you do end up with situations like that where it's like, okay, well, you don't know how long the fall is. Also, you don't know how far you're allowed to fall before you die. It's one of those things that's completely, like, non-intuitive. A video of a nice code. Do you have a video of that? Because I don't remember that one. But, yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this game. Okay, I was trying to switch out to Lola and the game just said no, because I was moving. So, what is Sylvester doing? He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to just drop bombs out the window and also blow himself up because he's being a Burke. But yeah, I don't think I've seen that one before, like, at all. I don't recall I've seen that video. Oh, okay, turns out Lola can fly as well. Okay, well, I was about to ask, why would you bother playing as Taz? Why would you play as Bugs? But then, of course, the reason you play as Bugs is he has certain abilities that Lola does not. So that's the reason. So, it's an odd one. There are things about this game I like. Oh. Yeah, there are things about this game I like. Oh, wait, what's this? I guess I have to switch out to Bugs for this, maybe? Actually, I don't know. The game doesn't make that clear. Okay, I do like sometimes Sylvester just hurts himself with the bombs. Pretty good background gag. I'll give him credit for that. That's actually pretty good. Also, it's kind of weird that you don't beat the level by just going to the right. I think it's a case where you have to keep finding the clipboards And if you find enough clipboards, you beat the level. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd much rather play Bugs Bunny and the Yes Gang. Did Bugs Bunny ever do a PSA? Because there was that... What was it? Cartoon Kids The Rescue or whatever that infamous PSA shit was. Had like the Muppet Baby... Oh! Duck season! There we go. Ooh. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Do I go in the mailbox? No, I don't. I was thinking maybe I could... No. Okay, no, he won't even do the jump up there. Oh. Okay, I can grab on that, even though it looks too high to do, but okay. Okay, well, I can fall down here and not die. Pretty confident in that. Okay, at least the power-ups respawn. Or at least, like, the ones that you need to beat the level respawn. And I'm pretty sure I've come across games in the series that don't do that. So it's like, oh, you missed it the first time? Well, okay, now you just can't beat the level and you have to die and try again. So again, like, this game does avoid some of the problems I've come across with other games in the series. So I do have to give it some credit. You know, this is not one of the worst games I've played. And especially, I mean, you compare this to the games I played last time. You know, outside of V-Rally, yeah, it was not a good selection. And to be fair, I'd say this is better than certainly the majority of what I played last time. It feels like a game. Well, it's not that they didn't feel like games, it's that they were not very well designed games, I don't think. Or they were just actively, like, not fun to play. So, who is this? I can't even tell what that's supposed to be. So I know the cat throwing the bombs out the window. I mean, that's Sylvester. Oh, great. Yeah, that's Sylvester, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, who the man is, I don't know. Oh, we will get to Sonic. Don't worry about that. Like I say, this, I think, is the only colour game we're going to see today. I don't think any of the other games on this cartridge are colour games. I might be misremembering that, but I seem to recall they weren't. Like, okay, who is this? Like, just man with big chin. Like, was he in a Looney Tunes short that I forgot? Great. Okay. Also, I haven't quite figured out what the extra letters do. Like, maybe you get an extra life for collecting them? But, yeah, this is going to be a multi-cart of highs and lows, let's say. I mean, some of you already know what's coming. Oh, I think I accidentally walked past that. Ugh! Nope, and I can't get the thing. Great. Well, that was my fault for going past it. So does the rolling pin just work the same as the shovel? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. So what's Lola Bunny up to now? Because it was in Space Jam 2, I think. I don't think it's done much to say. Okay, who is this man? I do not remember this from Looney Tunes, but okay. If anyone recognises that character, I'd like to know. Yeah, you can spell words in this, you know. Much like Mr. Do, or Bubble Bobble, in any game that, you know, is doing what Mr. Do does, is doing something right. Okay, so when's Tweety gonna show up so I can beat the shit out of him with this rolling pin? Also, apologies for the car alarm. Some idiot doesn't set their car alarm correctly, so it just goes off constantly. So maybe I am the one that exists in the crazy town, rather than this game. Can Lola ride the skateboard? No one is doing that. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, sound effects are pretty good. You know, there are things about this game I like. You know, I like the presentation. Though I'm probably about to die. Wait, where did I get the extra lives from? It's like all of a sudden I got 5 lives. I don't remember having anywhere near that. Oh. No, no, I got the umbrella out and still died. Great. Fine, I'll try again. Don't know what I'm supposed to do with that though. Other than, I guess, just run. Yeah, that works. Okay, I want to at least see what the boss on this level looks like. I want to know if it's as bollocks as the first one. Or if they get easier. Like, maybe it's a Game Gear Sonic 2 situation, where the later bosses aren't as bad as the first one. Okay, well, there'll be no hunting of rabbits today. Not if I have anything to say about it. Also, I don't know why there's just a man with a big chin throwing, like, cheese crackers. This game gives me 1-ups. Maybe that's why I haven't run out of lives yet. The game just gives you a load of 1-ups on these levels. They probably figure you need them for the bosses, that's my guess. But I want to at least see this boss fight. Because now I'm interested. Okay, well, I guess that works too. So I don't suppose I can just, like dig under the level and just get to the end that way. Probably. Well, I would say, yeah, that's not really how concrete works, but also, oh. Yeah, but also it's a cartoon, so, you know, really, who cares? It is kind of lame that I have to deliberately fly low, so that I don't get killed by the fall damage, though. I'm not sure this game is suitably crazy enough. At least not in the conventional sense. Oh, here we go. Grab onto this thing so I can get the clipboard so I can beat the level. Okay, I'm amazed that I didn't take damage from that. It looked like I was about to. The game took mercy. Okay, where do I go? Okay, so as long as I hold down the B button, I don't die. Okay, take this cheese man. Cracker cheese man, whatever his deal is. Oh, okay, where is the last thing I need to get to beat the level? Why do they hide it? I don't like this. Yeah, basically, it's got that classic European trope of you have to find a whole bunch of objects, and if you miss one, you have to go through the whole level to look for it. Though this isn't that bad. Though I suppose if I missed the first one, then it would be a problem. Oh, I like to hold on to bees all the time. I'm not sure it's the best advice for survival, though. Okay, let's see what this is about. Is this going to be like that bit out of Streets of Rage 3, where you have to not get killed with a bulldozer? Yeah, it looks a bit like it. Yeah, I'm not sure about these bits. Also, it's the same music as the other one. Just, yeah, we ran out of original tunes, so we had to rely on public domain. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it sounds good, but... Okay. Let's see if this is his... But you know what, it hasn't killed me in the first 5 seconds, so at least there's that. Okay, now I have to avoid giant watermelons, okay. Oh! Okay. A bit of liberty taken with the hit detection, which, you know, fine. I mean, I can duck under these things, but yeah, not really while running. Okay. I don't think the fall damage is really a factor on these bits, but I guarantee you if I touch that steamroller, I just die immediately. Also, I know the fact that I've only gone up to the letter X. Okay, what am I supposed to do there? But, like, okay, am I supposed to dig under it? Because I don't know how else you would get through that, but there's no graphical indication that you can do so. So either there's no graphical indication, or the solution's just completely counterintuitive. I don't know. But like I say, I noticed that. Okay, so when I died, I was at it for like a minute at the very least, probably longer than that, and I'd only gotten like up to the letter X. The fact that there are 3 more letters after the bit I died is intimidating. Like, why does it need to be this long? It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, we're going to make the boss sections extra hard for the kiddies and make sure that... I mean, it is just like, you know, Radical Rescue from the last stream. Except at least this feels like it came from the right genre, so that, you know, that alone makes it better than that. I feel like this might at least be kind of doable with practice. Whereas that game is just going to be, like, impossible without save states. I mean, on a technical level, it's impressive that they can do that, though. I mean, I'll give them credit, but... So I'm not sure how they... Okay, what am I supposed to do there? Because you can't dig under it. Okay, what is the solution to this? It's like, okay, just here's this wall that you can't jump over it and you can't dig under it. Like, do I have to hammer past it? Let me try to figure this out. Yes, Hungarian Rhapsody. I've got to be honest, this song just makes me think of that one Pac-Man clone from, yeah, Nettou, which has this song in it. It's just like a MIDI version of it. Like, can you climb the wall? I mean, based on the abilities I have, I'm thinking, well, you know, I've got a hammer, so maybe I'm supposed to use a hammer to knock the wall down. I mean, best guess, because, I mean, God knows how you get past it if you can't. Sad part is, this is still not as bullshit as the first bit. Or like the first area like this in the previous level. So I'm assuming that there are 5 sets of levels in this. I mean, based on, you know, the password system having like 5 characters in it, and none of them are bugs all over the bunny. So I'm guessing you have to use the hammer to get past it. Let's see. Okay, that is how you do it. Okay, well the hammer hasn't really done much apart from just attack enemies up to this point. Well, I figured it out. I did it entirely by myself. Oh. Okay, well I think I've made it to the halfway point at least. Unless it turns out that I'm only like a fifth of the way through the level. And the letters are a lie. Also, yeah, I couldn't move the jackhammer past that bit for some reason. I don't get that. Ooh. Ugh, I don't know how you avoid that. Kind of height. You under it easily. Also, what's the bit that Wrecking Ball kills you instantly if you touch it? I can put it past this game. Oh wow, and there's... Great, so that's not the end. Like, couldn't just end it at that point? Okay. Well, I made it. Well, he does have a climbing animation, but it's a bit different. Also, hello Robin, how you doing? I'm, playing some Bugs Bunny. And I'm totally not just spending all my time on this so that I don't have to play certain other games later on in the stream. Here we go. Tasmania in the house. I mean, this can't Can't be worse than Tasmania 2. Taz in the house. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're watermelons? That's my guess. Okay, what's going on here? It's like, okay, no, we're just on a hippo. I mean, so it is a zoo. So I guess that kind of... Oh, and you touch him and you die instantly. Great. Thanks, game. Hold on. I need to test this out. Does that literally kill you instantly? No. I guess your health carries over between levels? Including boss levels? Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. Oh, see, I have to dig under here. Fair enough. Okay, so if there's a graphical indication, you can do so. Okay. I'll give them some credit, you know. They did something cool with the graphics, but how am I meant to get to this? I don't know. There's a sign in the background, but I'm pretty sure I can't read it. So, like, I can push this thing, except I can't push it to the left, which would have been useful. The Bugs Bunny cabbage lore. Oh, you don't know about the Bugs Bunny cabbage lore? Yeah. See, the first time we met Yosemite Sam, you know, he hadn't really figured out how to use a gun yet, so we just threw cabbages at bugs, and it gave him nightmares for weeks. Yeah, I don't know if he's supposed to do that. But anyway, I think I'll leave that there. I don't think there's a whole lot more that needs to be seen with it, but it's a difficult one to judge. It's a very mixed bag, this game. I mean, presentation-wise, it's pretty good. Really good tunes. Good use of colour, has to be said. Let's go to the middle of this list, I would say. Because, I mean, yeah, this would be about the midpoint, I think. Like Missile Command. Yeah. So I'm thinking, you know, presentation is quite good. But the controls are weird. Like, you use the B button to jump, which again is unlike any other game that was coming out at the time. You have quite a few abilities, and to be fair, they're not that hard to use, but how to use them and when to use them is not exactly well telegraphed, I don't think. It's like, they could have done a better job with that. But the abilities work fine, to be fair. You got a decent variety of stuff to do. Bugs and Lola Bunny both have their purposes. Probably Lola more so in most cases, certainly on the platforming areas. There's something to it. You know, the level designs aren't necessarily bad, but the whole thing about having to find certain objects and... yeah, it's like if you miss one, you have to go through the level to look for it again. That, I think, could be a kind of a problem. I think really the biggest problem with the game... well, actually, no, there are two big problems. The first one being the fall damage, which, as I've said before, should not be in the game. It's just a cheap way to get you killed. The fact that it's instant death as well doesn't make any sense, considering that everything else does, like, one hit of damage. Except maybe a couple things in the boss area. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know, it's like there was no reason for this game to have fall damage. It's like, okay, we've got this umbrella mechanic. How do we use it in the game? Oh, we could use it to find hidden areas you can't get to otherwise. No, we're just going to make it so that if you don't use it, you die. No, I don't like that. And the bosses are kind of unnecessarily hard as well. It's like that first one. I mean, the second one wasn't as bad. But the first one is way too hard for a first boss fight. I mean, I was playing Game Gear Sonic 2 earlier this week. And that boss fight, like the first boss in that game, is infamously hard. But I would say it was easier than that. Because at least it's short. But, I don't know, there is something to the game. Again, presentation's quite good. And, you know, the actual platforming sections aren't too bad. There is something to it. If I had to choose between playing this and playing Missile Command on Game Boy, I think I would take this over that. It's better than Chiki Chiki Tengoku. It's a bit more fleshed out. It's better than... is it better than Rubble Saver 2? See, Rubble Saver 2 had a real problem with leaps of faith. Like, this game avoids that problem largely by having an ability that prevents you from dying from leaps of faith. Because there aren't many bottomless pits or anything. Rebel Saber 2 was more interesting in places, and I think the boss fights were more doable. But this game is a password system, so if you get stuck on the boss fights, you can skip them. So I'd say it's better than that. I mean, is it better than... Like Mega Man 2, by comparison, the presentation is a lot worse. You know, graphics are okay, but the sound is god-awful. But the controls were fine. You know, controls made sense. Level designs were okay. Boss fights were... Yeah, I mean, the boss fights were kind of what you would expect from Mega Man 2 on Game Boy. I would say that they were better than this. If I had to choose between playing Bugs Bunny or Mega Man 2 again, I think I would go for Mega Man 2, to be honest. I'd say it's below this. But is it better than Ganso Yanchimaru? That's a difficult one. I don't know. I feel like the problems with Bugs Bunny are more apparent. But again, it's more fleshed out than Ganso Yanchimaru. I feel like, and again, at least it has that password system. Yeah, I think in this case, we're going to put Bugs Bunny as our new number 60. So congratulations to our top 100 game, Looney Tunes Carrot Crazy, or Bugs Bunny, or whatever it's called. This game goes into like 2 or 3 different titles, so it's a bit confusing. But yeah, congratulations to our new number 60, Looney Tunes Carrot Crazy, for the Game Boy. Okay, so let's see what game number 2 for today is going to be. And the answer is... and it is going to be... Yes. Nettou King of Fighters 97. Let's do it. Nettou King of Fighters 97. We are in. You ever wanted to play King of Fighters on your Nintendo Game Boy? Specifically the 97 edition? Let's do it. Yep, here we go. Nettou King of Fighters 97. We are in. I'm going to say for the record, I don't know who actually made this one. I don't know who published it. I have no information on who actually... So this, if you don't know, there was no official King of Fighters 97 on Game Boy. So, yeah, so this is actually a pirate ROM hack of, I think, King of Fighters 96, judging by the intro. So I actually spent some time off-stream trying to play the King of Fighters games, because I wanted to have at least some frame of reference when it came to ranking this. Because I'm going to say just straight up, preface this, and just say that I am rubbish at fighting games, and always have been. I wish I was good at fighting games, but I'm not. So, yeah. So if you look at the options, you've got time. So you can turn the timer off. Change the difficulty. Though weirdly, there are only 3 levels of difficulty. SNK fighters usually have 8. So I'm not sure what's going on there. There we go. King of Fighters 97. So again, like I say, this is a ROM hack. And so, okay, if we go into team play, just out of interest, just so I can show this off. So, okay, there are, what is it? Yeah, 14 characters. Now, King of Fighters, I don't remember how many King of Fighters 97 had. It probably had about 30 different characters. King of Fighters 96, which again, I think this is built on, had... Again, I think had about 30 characters. It had at least 27, at minimum, and that's how many you had without using codes or anything to unlock alternate versions of characters or bosses or whatever. It might have been Vast Fame, I'm not entirely sure. But you might be correct. I can't confirm that though. So if you take a look at the roster that we've got here, so it's really weird what they did with the roster in this. It's like they just kind of mashed together elements of previous SNK fighters on Game Boy. So we've got Kyo, Yuri, Benny Maru. Okay, that U looks suspiciously like a V. Yeah, Benny Marv. It's like an alternate universe version of Marv from Home Alone. We got Mai. Oh, that's, yeah, Goro Diamond. Ryo, Leona, Kim, Nakaruru. Yes, Nakaruru's in this from Samurai Showdown. I think she was a hidden character in like King of Fighters 95 on Game Boy. I don't think she'd been in any of the main titles at this point though. So yeah, interesting inclusion to be fair. So we've got Ralph, Iori, Jaden, Andy, and Kagura. Now, you may notice some issues with this roster. I mean, like I say, a lot of characters are missing because you only got 14 of them. And, you know, you're missing such classics. So you've got Leona and you've got Ralph, but there's no Clark. Like, Clark just isn't in the game. The boss characters seem to be missing, or if they are in the game, you certainly can't play as them. Not, I don't know, maybe there's a code to play as them. I could try that out in a bit. But, like, you have Andy Bogard, but you don't have Terry Bogard. Like, what? You can't have a... Okay, like, I am no expert on fighting games, but even I know you cannot make a King of Fighters game and not have Terry in it. You know, Geese isn't in here. Like, is Athena even in this? I don't think she is. And I'm sure she was in King of Fighters 96 on Game Boy, so... Yeah, there are some big omissions from the roster. It's like they kind of went out of their way to include sort of less seen characters or bonus characters or whatever, but at the cost of, like, the main characters that you would expect to find in King of Fighters. Oh, no, sorry. No, wait. Athena is in this. I just can't select her, I don't think. That's not... No. Maybe you have to put in a button code to unlock her or something. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, let's go for Rio, Mai, and... Well, we gotta play as Nakaruru. Like, come on now. Also, yeah, Jaden. I don't know what's going on there. But, yeah, okay, let's do this. I mean, we have to see Nakaruru. Oh, sorry, Makaruru! Makaruru! The legend. Also, yeah, it's got, like, a bird with her in this as well, which is quite interesting. Also, yeah, notice how small the... Oh, okay. Notice how small the characters are in this. Ugh! I was trying to jump out the corner and it didn't do it. I got the timing all wrong. Okay, can I not jump out the corner in this? It definitely could in, like, the Neo Geo version. So I don't know, maybe they took that out for this one, but I would have thought so. Ugh! No. Of course, got the stupid grab move off as well. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can figure out... Ah, there we go. There's the super. At least I got to show that off. Yeah. See, I did look up the moves before the stream, so... yeah, like, why does it say Makaruru? Like, they couldn't even get the name right. There we go. So, we have Andy Bogard, but where is Terry? Again, you certainly can't play as him. And if he is in the game, why is he not selectable? It's not like he was a boss character. I was like, can I seriously not jump out of the corner in this? That's like one of Mai's, like, basic... Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's one of, like, her basic moves. Even I know that. Oh, there we go. Got that off again. So I just like doing that just because it looks cool. Oh, there we go. I win through chip damage. Okay. KO in the house. So now we have to fight... Is it Athena, I think? Yes, I'll get a tiny bit of health. I don't think I'm going to survive this, though. Like, you see how little health I've got. And I have to go up against the Psycho Force. I don't think that's going to happen. Wait, do I just get, like, infinite supers in this? Yeah, like, look at this. Like, my super move isn't even... Yeah, like, I can just keep doing that over and over. Like, look at this. Or... Oh, maybe if it's empty it doesn't work? Ugh! No, I'm dead. Yeah, okay. Well, now we get to play as Rio for a bit. Wait, were there other bootlegs that didn't have Terry in them? I don't know, because I think of, like, the Mega Drive bootlegs, and he was in those. I'm pretty sure. Like, because I remember he was called he inexplicably was called Tree. Like, they couldn't even get the name right, but at least he was in the game. Yep, there we go, that's a... See, I'm trying to do the, was it Koken? Trying to do that and it's just not working for some reason. I don't know if they changed the button commands for this version. There's just, yeah. It's just like quarter circle forward and punch, isn't it? But I do that and he just does like the, Shoryuken style move. I feel like I'm going to make SNK fans mad calling it that, but... I mean, come on. Like, what else am I going to call it? I don't know. I didn't really... There we go. Yeah, so I'm no expert with, like, King of Fighters or anything. Oh, yeah, the Rexsoft one. I mean, that game is pretty bad. See, this one is good, but that's also because it's a ROM hack of an existing King of Fighters game, so that probably helps. But there we go. Rio with the win. Okay, so who are we fighting against here? Okay, well, we got to show... I got to have a go as Rakaruru. Makaruru. I mean, when Nakaruru is an option, you have to go for it. Oh, sod. Also, who is Kensen? I do not remember Kensen from any of these. Again, I'm no expert on this, but, like... Yeah, I have no recollection of who Kensen is. Did they just get the name wrong? Because after Makaruru, I don't really trust the names. No, I'm dead already. Right. If only. That's what they should have done. Oh yeah, Mori. Okay, well, he likes his sandwiches. But hey, I like my sandwiches too. Yeah, seems like the AI's just gone up a level, I think. Actually, I've got an idea. I'll play until I lose, and then when I lose, I'll... I say when, because there's no way I'm beating this game. Because, like I say, I'm rubbish at fighting games. I'm just here because why not? And he went through it. No. Okay, well, I won. Yeah, Kensen. Yeah, I was like, who the hell's Kensen? So, oh yeah, that classic King of Fighters character, Kensen. Okay, so now we've got Iori with an apostrophe. Is this like the EX version of Iori? Because I know certain characters had alternate versions. And this might be one of those. I'm not entirely sure. Oh no. Gotta be careful with this. Oh, or maybe not. Maybe I'll just win. Kensen. Great. So is that just like an alternate version of Iori, or did they just mess up his name? Oh no. Oh, you sod. I want to at least get off like one grab. But of course the AI will not let me do that. Go for a grab in this game and it's just like, nope. Or maybe you can only do it in a combo. Yeah. Also, I don't know how you do the like jump out of the corner thing consistently, because that is like again one of the things that Mai can do in some of the other characters. Doesn't seem to work very well on this though. Maybe that's just maybe that's just because I'm not so used to this like version of the game. V. Well, I don't own a V unfortunately, so I might not be able to do that. Like maybe if I emulate it, but I'm not sure if it's worth doing that really. But hey, we got the win. We got the win. So what have we got? Robert and... what is it? Robert, Joe, and... I don't know, is that Ralph on the right? I don't think it is. No, don't know. Yeah, like I say, I don't think I've ever seen a V in person. Okay, so, yes, that classic character, Jaden, everyone's favourite. Is this one of the bosses? I can't remember. I can't remember who was in King of Fighters 96 or not. Maybe it was like a King of Fighters 95 character. I just can't remember. Oh no! What is that? Also, yeah, if you press select, it does taunt. But you probably don't want to do that unless they're already knocked down. Of course, I get him in the corner and now just gets a whole bunch of hits off. No! You sod! Okay, there we go. Rebuken for the win! Oh, sorry, not Rebuken, that was, I'm getting my moves mixed up. Koken, that was it. No, I'm thinking of Geese. I wouldn't mind trying Geese in this. I don't think I could play... Oh, also, you just passed right through that. I don't know what's going on there. Was that like, evasion move, maybe? Because it's not like Fatal Fury, where you can change, like, you know, you go into the background. Yeah, Mako Rura is going to be very important in the ranking of this game, I feel. You know, she is integral to this game. So what is that move they did, like, where it had that, like, weird hissing noise when it did it? Okay. And I think it was Robert? No, so it's Robert, Joe, and... yeah. Okay. Yes, here we go. Joe Gashi. I want to see how big his tornadoes are in this. Yeah, see, jumping off the walls just doesn't seem to work consistently. I don't know if that's just something I'm doing wrong, or if it's just some control weirdness going on with this ROM hack. Again, it's hard to say, like, what stems from the ROM hack and what just stems from just the game being, like, a Game Boy version. But to be fair, I mean, the game plays great. I can't really fault it for that. Though sometimes I get the win really quickly. So I get the feeling that maybe they've messed about with the... like, you know the super bars on the bottom? Maybe they made it a lot easier to do supers in this compared to the original. I suspect. I don't know for certain. If anyone can point me to, like, the differences between this and the original, because, I mean, the character selection is absolutely different. Because I know Terry was in King Fighters 96 on the Game Boy. Doesn't mine have, like, a charge move, I think? I'm not sure if it works in King of Fighters or not, but, yeah, it's like you hold down for 2 seconds. And then you hold... oh, it might have been kick, actually, now that I think about it. No, okay. Nope, doesn't work. Or I couldn't get it to work. Oh, I do love the dive move, though. It's very, it's got, like, the yoga mummy. There we go. Mai doing it all by herself. Actually, have I played any fighting games prior to this one? Might make it a bit difficult to rank, so there might not be much in terms of perspective, let's say. So we go, Mako Rura in the house. So, who are the other two characters? I wasn't paying attention. It's like, okay, so we've got Yuri, we've got 2 other characters. I couldn't see who they were. Okay, I was trying to block, but I guess I was unsafe doing that. No. Okay, the AI's just getting a load of hits in now. It's had enough of... it's had enough of my time, you know, it's gone into, like, SNK mode. Imagine if someone took Nakaruru from this game and just turned it into the dude from 8 Eyes. Because this whole thing was he had a bird. It just helped him everywhere. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what they did with the names in this game. Very bizarre. Because surely they had names... like, names just written down from the original. I don't... like... because it's not like a trademark avoiding thing, is it? Seems unlikely. Ugh. But hey, yeah, I'm actually getting somewhere with this, which is a lot more than I got out of... a lot more than I got out of the... Oh no. A lot more than I got out of, like, playing the Neo Geo version, because I couldn't get anywhere in that one. I'd get maybe, like, 2 or 3 fights in, and that'd be done. Though, I don't think I'm going to be getting past this point, considering that I'm already 2 characters there one, and I haven't even beaten the first one yet. So I think the game has gone into, like, full-on SNK mode. Okay, I've seen people play through Fatal Fury 1. Yeah, so I don't think I'm beating this bit. I want to at least do that before I go out. If I'm going down, I'm taking it with me. Yeah. Yeah, I wish all the games on the cartridge could be this good. You know? Like the... people who made Tasmania Story, they could learn a thing or two from King of Fighters 97. I'm trying to figure out, yeah. No, I think I'm about to lose here. No! No, he's got the super out. I think that's it. Yeah. Pretty much done at this point. Well, it was a good run. And to be fair, I was expecting to just lose in the first fight anyway, so... you know, I'll take that. There you go, Kim with the... oh. Wait, what happened there? Okay, that was weird. Okay, now one thing I do remember about these King of Fighters ports is that you could unlock boss characters usually, or like hidden characters. I don't know if that works in this one, but certainly in King of Fighters 96 on Game Boy, it's like if you mash select a bunch of times on the intro screen, then you can unlock more characters. I think you can also do it by beating the game, but I'm going to try this out just to see if that works. So it should play a sound effect when it does it. Oh yeah, sorry, it's the first game on the cartridge. Yeah, let's change the colour palette just because. Okay, so I think... so it plays those 2 noises, and that should unlock more characters. Again, I tried this out on King of Fighters 96 on Game Boy, and it does do that. So I don't know if it does it on this. So we go, violent fighting to come again. You ever heard the announcement at the beginning of this? I mean, I was actually recently at a convention, and they had King of Fighters 2003 there. And I actually did get past a couple fights in that against the AI. Though, inevitably I ended up getting brickwalled by Billy Kane. But to be fair, it's Billy Kane, and he's a bastard to deal with at the best of times. So, yeah. So... oh, here we go. Dip switch... how do I access the dip switch thing? Okay, dip switch C0. Okay, how do I use this? Yeah, I can't remember. Okay. I don't remember the dip switch thing. Like, I know this is a thing in, so this game was originally made by Guibrain. And that was, like, the company that did all the SNK ports to Game Boy. And I don't know... yeah, how you would do it in this. Like, maybe they hacked out the functionality when they did this ROM hack. But I know that with Fatal Fury 2 on the Mega Drive, they had, like, this dip switch thing in it, and it was pretty awesome. And I know that there's one other game I've got that has this feature in it, and I want to see if I can unlock it on there. I think you can do something in it on there. Yeah, doesn't seem to work here, though. So if we go to single play... yeah, see, it doesn't seem to have any extra characters. Yeah, because you notice I'm, like, trying to select other characters. And, like I say, because Athena is in the game, you just can't play as her for some reason, which is weird. Okay, let's... okay, who haven't we actually seen yet? I don't think we've seen Benimaru. Or Benimaru. I want to see if they messed up his name. Yeah, Benny Ma. Oh yes. Also, Saisyu, who just has the letter P on his chest. I don't know what's going on there. So I do remember there being like a thing with the dip switches in the King Fighters 96, where you could do like easy specials or something like that. I can't remember, but that was a thing you could do in this. Ugh! Got the chip damage! No, I'm about to lose, I think. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly show off the single player mode. Panda Ma. No relation to Benny Ma. Anyway, yeah. So I don't think there's a whole lot more to show off of this one. It's, I mean, how do I rank this game? Because what makes this difficult to rank is that we haven't really seen any other fighting games. I don't think. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's... Where is it? You know, there's Master Karateka. Yeah. So there's Master Karateka. You know, there's Raijino. But I mean, you can't really compare this game to those, because they're very different games. Also, let's be honest, King Fighters 97, a little bit better than Master Karateka, I think. So, let's see. Yeah, there isn't really much else. I mean, there are a couple of boxing games, which I guess are kind of similar a little bit. You know, we have Muhammad Ali Boxing, which does have the Pog faces, but it doesn't have Mako Ru. You know, it has Storm and Norman, but it doesn't have Mako Ru, and Mako Ru I think has the better moveset. So it's better than that. You know, Heavyweight Championship Boxing. You know, it is a very interesting game. You know, a very unique boxing game. It has a lot going for it that you don't really get with any other game of its type that I've come across. So it is a really good game. You know, it's in the top 20 for a reason. But you don't really have much in terms of character selection. You don't have a team mode. You haven't got the super moves. You don't have, like, the dip switch thing. Yes, you can fall off the cliff in Karateka, but that, you know, even with that, it's still not as good as King of Fighters 97. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is better than boxing. It's better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. As much style as that game has, it does lack a little bit in substance. And this game has plenty of characters to choose from, a lot of different movesets. It's got the supers, the desperation moves, and all that sort of thing. So that puts it above Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. It's better than Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is variety. But you think about King of Fighters and how they adapted it to Game Boy. And, you know, they made it all chibified and, you know, completely changed the style of it. And I think that actually works in its favour. It kind of makes it more distinct from other versions of the game. Like, you would not mistake this with the Neo Geo version. And it's not even really trying to be the Neo Geo one. Plus, it's got Mako Ru, which is something you don't get in the Neo Geo games. So, you know, that puts it above Hong Kong. It's better than Pipe Dream. It's definitely better than Minesweeper, because Minesweeper is a great game that has a really awful mission mode that just doesn't work. Everything about it is great, except for that. Whereas, in this game, you can play both the single mode and the team mode, and both of them work great. Is it better than Tailgater, though? Because you have to think about, you know, what is missing from this game. And really it comes down to the characters. You know, Athena's in the game, but you can't play as her. Terry, as far as I can tell, is missing in action. There's no Geese. There's no Duck King. You know, like, do you really expect me to play this game without Duck King in it? Well, yeah, actually. But, you know, you don't have Hon Fu. You don't have, like, Clark. Like, there are a lot of characters missing. Like where is Cheng? Or Tung Fu Ru? You know? No, it's... I think that's where the game falls down, is just all the characters that are missing from the game. And for a fighting game, that's actually kind of important. Whereas Tailgater... It's a difficult one. It's like, would I rather play this or Tailgater? Because both games are great. But for completely different reasons. I think Tailgater had better music. But King of Fighters definitely has the better graphics. I want to say that game's a little bit smoother in terms of how it moves. It's got more features. But Tailgater has quite a few different levels. It's got a lot of variety. It is completely unique to Game Boy. I don't think it was ever released anywhere else. Whereas you can play other versions of King of Fighters. But King of Fighters on Game Boy simplifies the controls quite a bit. Which, in my case, is probably a good thing. It makes it a bit easier to kind of get by with the moves. Like, I could get further in that than I could in other versions of the game. I don't know. I mean, I almost want to say this had to come down to a coin flip. Is this better than Tailgater? If I had to play one of these games again... Well, I have to think about it like this. There are other games on Game Boy that use that same engine and play very similarly but have better characters. And when it comes down to it, I think I would rather play one of those over King of Fighters 97, and I think that kind of loses points, because there are better versions of this game on Game Boy, and that's the issue of it. The character selection just isn't good enough. Everything else about the game, great. It's just, you know, you take Terry out of the game and it loses something. So, I'm going to put it at number 6. So, you know, Nettou, the King of Fighters 97, is our new number 6. So, congratulations on a new top 10 game. Not quite as good as Tailgater, but it's close. It is close. Really impressive job. But, okay, let's go back to the wheel and see what game number 3 is going to be. Also, the wheel's going to look a lot nicer once we get this third game out of the way. And the answer is... Oh, yes. Go-Go Monster. I mean, you can't argue with a name like that, let's be honest. Okay. Go-Go Monster, it is time to go-go and wake me up. What do you think? Do you think this is going to be a video game adaptation of Monster or Go-Go? I hope not. Go-Go Monster, let's do it. Oh, that's right, yeah, this is also a Color title, yes. The classic game, Pocket Monster Go Go Go. I mean, that is a great name. So, yes, we are finally going to add one of the big names onto this list. You know, a Game Boy list isn't complete without Pokemon. And what better Pokemon game to rank than Pocket Monster Go Go Go? So, well, of course we have the music on. Why would I switch the music off? That doesn't even make sense. Okay, let's start. Here we go. Meowth shows up. Yeah, it turns out Meowth was actually Celine Dion the whole time. Either that or he's just a big fan of Titanic, I don't know which. Like... I mean, this is already the best game ever made. Like, the fact that it opens... the fact that this game literally opens with the lyrics to the theme from Titanic... I mean, that puts it above half the other games on the list on its own. But, like, what even is this intro text? It's just like lorem ipsum? It's like they just took it from, like, just some random, like, write-up online. It's like, well, here's some English text we can paste into this. That's my only guess, because I have no idea why else he would say that. So where even is this? It's like, okay, welcome to the temples. Okay, here we go. Also, I love that the instant Pikachu shows up on screen, the game slows down to half of the original speed. Okay, so here we go. So you collect the key, press the A button in front of this thing. Yes, welcome to the temple. Like, why is it a temple? I don't get that. Yeah, so if you remember the Bugs Bunny game from earlier, this actually plays kind of similarly to that. Or at least I think it's from the same people anyway, originally. Does this game have full damage? I don't think it does. So it puts it above that, potentially. But, like, why is the game so slow? Okay, so you might be aware of this already. You probably figured out from the fact that it's a Pokemon platformer game that doesn't credit Nintendo or anyone else at the beginning. So, yeah. So this is a ROM hack. So a bootleg ROM hack, again. This time this is a ROM hack of a Smurfs game, I think. I think this was... So, the original game was released on both Game Boy and Game Boy Color, and I think this is based on the monochrome version. It has to be. Because why else would the background be entirely in purple? And why would all the sprites be rendered in yellow? You know, there'd probably be a bit more colour in the game if it was based on that version. So maybe this predates the colour version of the game? I don't remember when that one was released, but I think it would have been around 1999. So, yeah, it's really weird. So, as you say, yeah, so there were 2 versions of this. As I say, like 2 versions of the original game. But they also made, yeah, a ROM hack of the colour version of the Smurfs game, where they called it the Pikachu Nightmare. Though, weirdly enough, yeah, it was a much lower effort hack than this one was. Like, this one they kind of replaced all the graphics. More or less, like, they replaced most of the enemies with Pokemon. And most of the other graphics with various, you know, whatever they came up with. Like, this one's just bizarre. Like, you've got these blocks above me that look like they were taken out of, what was it, Panel to Pawn? But again, I think this was originally made by the same team that made the, you know, the Bugs Bunny game that I played earlier. So it's kind of funny to see, like, one of those games in its original form and one in, you know, this form. Yeah, I don't know what was going through the minds of the people who made the cartridge. I mean, especially considering a couple of the other games on it, including one of the ones that we're going to see. Yeah, it's kind of funny, because when I first started this series, this cartridge just didn't work. You know, you'd play the cartridge for about 3 minutes, and then it just, you know, then the game would always crash within the first 3 minutes. But like I say, I cleaned it, now it works. So I don't know who's leaving all these bombs inside these presents. Like, is this... Okay, is this like some weird mashup of, you know, Pokemon and The Nightmare Before Christmas? Like, you know, you have the, you know, the kids from the horror world who make the presents. It's like, oh no, the presents are evil! That's what it makes me think of, at least. Oh no. Yeah, we're making up terms with Pikachu already. Like, there's no nice way to say this, but I think that the size of the sprite that I'm controlling is literally slowing the game down to about half the speed. Which is kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, I think it does make the game easier, because you have more time to react to what's coming. On the other hand, yeah, it makes it a little bit dull, because it's like, because it takes so long to get anywhere in it. I don't know. Did Meowth make bombs in the cartoon? Like, I remember... No, not Pikachu. Meowth being kind of mischievous, let's say. Also, this just looks like a ribeye steak. That does not look like a Pokemon. So, what am I supposed to do here? Like, am I supposed to collect the... Yeah, collect the carrots. Yep, the carrots are back. Except no, they don't actually make any sense, because I don't remember Pikachu ever eating carrots. I don't know. Maybe that's what happened in Hey You Pikachu. I never played that one, because it never got a European release. And to be fair, even if I did go out of my way to play it, do you really think the game is going to be able to understand my accent? I don't think so. You can barely understand a generic American accent, let alone mine. Okay. So we've got a... what was this enemy? Like, Vile Plume or whatever it was called? Or was that a different one? Or the what was it called? Bluebell? Maybe it was like, oh, we want to make a twist on this name. We're going to call it Green Bell. Because it's green. I don't know, it makes no sense as any of the other names in the series. So what is with Meowth's, like, running animation? It's like it's trying to impersonate pink jelly and it's just not working. There's only one pink jelly in this neighborhood. And there ain't gonna be anything in this game because all the characters are yellow, so... okay. I want to see if I can beat the first set of levels in this. Because I never played very far into this game. I have played this for some amount of time, but... yeah, not that far. Also, I think they forgot to change this enemy. So, from what I remember, the original version of this level was kitchen-themed. But here they've changed it to Purple Island theme. You think they could have at least tried to make it appropriate colours? Like, why is the background purple? Like, I get that this might have been based on the monochrome version of the original game. But, like, they seriously couldn't have given it more than, like, one set of colours. You know, it does look like, you know, when you're running a monochrome Game Boy game with one of the custom Game Boy palettes. Which is what I end up doing for most of the games in the series. So it just looks like that. And again, it's like, you think about it, and it's like, well, they certainly could have done, like, okay, you compare this to the Bugs Bunny game from earlier. That game looked better than this. And again, this is technically a Game Boy Color game. Not that you would necessarily be able to tell from this. Especially with how slow the game is running. Like, it feels like I'm running... it's like when you run a monochrome Game Boy game on... oh no, when you run a Game Boy Color game on monochrome, and it wasn't designed for it. You know, where it's like a bootleg and they didn't code in, you know, a thing that prevents it from being played on regular Game Boy. I don't know. Though, I do need to point out the meter on the bottom right corner. That basically determines how high you can jump. So if that meter is at the bottom, I wouldn't be able to jump as high as I can. So there is something to that. Yeah, so they didn't really do much with the colour version of this hack. It's unfortunate, like, if they had the colour, or the level of colour from the colour version of the ROM hack, but all the changes from this version, it would have been ideal. Like, that would have actually been really good, I think. It's like they came close, but like, from what I remember, the other version of this, like, the villain is still Gargamel. I don't know who the villain is in this one. I'm guessing it's Meowth, because he was, like, meant to be kind of evil in the original. Oh, in the show at the very least. I'm not sure about the games, but okay, how do I get up this bit? No, I don't know what you're supposed to do on this bit. I also have to, like, collect more bolts to make that. See, that looked like I made it. The game said no. Great. Though, a game where Pikachu has to save the Smurfs. I mean, there is something to that idea. I'm not sure if it's realised in that ROM hack, but... also, yeah, the lack of checkpoints is a definite black mark on this game. Or should I say purple mark? Because this entire game is purple. It's like, they literally couldn't have programmed this. Also, the fact that you lose all the electric bolts when you die is bollocks. And shouldn't do that. It's like, no. It's like, don't do that. The game is hard enough as it is with all the bolts. Okay, like, what do you think you are, Gradius? And I don't even like it in Gradius, let alone anything else. It's like, you took lessons from Gradius and you probably shouldn't have. Oh, you can't even jump on the fourth. Great. So they're trying to take ideas from Tom and Jerry Best of the Best, I think. Why does the jumping have to be so gimped? I wonder if this game would be better if the jumping stats were already just maxed out from the beginning. Like, they just got rid of that mechanic, and it's like... Yeah, because, like, I can't even make this jump. It's like, oh, you don't have enough lightning bolts? Oh, okay, so if you time it just right, you can do it. But I was about to say, it's like, oh, you don't have enough lightning bolts to make this jump, where you don't get to collect the other lightning bolts that you need to beat the level. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell that this was made by the same people who made the Bugs Bunny game. Like, the heads-up display is very similar. Right down to having 5 hearts on the bottom left, along with the score. It's like, yep, this is definitely the same team. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. If you do a double jump, you jump higher. So I think that might be the trick for the section from earlier. Might have been missing that. That may partially be my fault for not remembering that. So it's basically just a game of collect all the lightning bolts and don't die. I mean, I'll give them some credit. Like, with the actual background graphics, it looks pretty good. I don't know if these assets are original or if they were taken from somewhere else. The Pikachu sprites I'm pretty sure are original, though, because I don't recall seeing them anywhere else. And, you know, it's not like there was an official, like, Pokemon platformer or other action game. It was pretty much all, like, turn-based RPGs. And, you know, you had, like, that card game, but you don't... You know, like, Pikachu doesn't really... Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because with the card game... Yeah, it's just, okay, here's a bunch of kids playing with the cards in the game. You know, I never really played much of the trading card game. Maybe that one's fun. I'll sit down and try to get into it. Okay, I need, like, 1 or 2 more lightning bolts, and I'm good to go. There we go, just stuck Meowth into the ground. Because I'm a boops. Okay, I landed on that. I called bollocks. I was on that. Okay, the game's just like... It's like, no! I don't like to do this. I'm amused by the, like, this thing. It's like, yeah, he just does this, like, jump spin attack like he's Sonic the Hedgehog. There is something amusing to that. So I don't know if filling the meter completely gives me, like, a 4th jump. Yeah, there's no spelling bonus. Like, you don't collect bonus or extra or anything. Yeah, they could have taken... So I think this was before they started taking lessons from Mr. Do. Ugh. Oh. See, the collision detection is... Yeah, it has room for improvement. I'm not sure if this is just because they altered the graphics. Like, maybe it was easier to pass in the original version, but... Yeah, it's got that problem where often I'll just pass through things when I shouldn't. And I don't know how you're meant to do this bit. Because I can't jump through this platform and just, like, bounce off it. And I can't go through this bit because there's not enough space. Yeah, it's like, I can stand on this bit, but I can't go through it. So, how I'm meant to get past this bit, I don't know. Okay, do you think the same people who made Pokemon Adventure were also involved with this? But seriously, how do I get past this bit? Because I can't get up there, and... Yeah, the collision is so dodgy. You know, and I can't get up there. It's like, okay... Yeah, it's the kind of thing you really can't tell just from looking at it where you're supposed to stand. This platform in the background is not a platform at all. That's just there to fool you. So my guess is that maybe I'm supposed to go in this bubble and then do a jump right as the thing's about to wear off. It has to be, because how else would you do this? Okay. Problem is I'm on the last hit, I think. now I have to avoid a 4. So the problem is, I don't have any... Like, I can jump on enemies, but... Yeah, if the enemy can't be jumped on, then I'm just buggered. Well, where's the end of the level? What is this level? Yeah, see, I'm not sure I ever got past this level now that I think about it. Oh. Wait, is this the, like, mini-boss? What's going on here? Oh, okay, somehow I passed through that. Oh, we did it. Oh, I beat it. I don't know what that is. What even is that? Is that like a box or like a crate with some clouds around it? Well, I beat the level. Here's Jigglypuff, Meowth, and the pigeon. Yes, the pigeon, my favourite Pokemon character. But like, even this screen is really slow, and there aren't even any other enemies on it. Oh, here we go. What's this? Well, like, you see how slow this text is. The sarsaparilla. Was this in the original? The sarsaparilla leaves. I can't remember if that was in the original version or not. Because they changed the text at the beginning. Oh, good, good. Okay, where do I go next? I mean, at least the game is in English. I mean, a lot of bootleg ROM hacks don't even do that. I mean, that's one theory. It's like, yep, can't go in the well. We don't have the rope for the well. Okay, so where am I supposed to go? So, like, because this is not a Pokemon. I don't know who this character is. This might just be the character from the original game. Also, there's no run button, even though it feels like there probably should be. But it's like, okay, so we talked to what looks like a knockoff version of Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh. Oh, wait, what is this? Wait, okay, now the game has just become a glitchy mess. What's going on? This may be a problem with the cartridge? I've seen a screenshot of this before. I don't remember it looking all glitched up like this. I don't know, maybe it's something to do with just the sprites. I mean, this would probably be quite impressive in its original form, but yeah, in this form, it's, yeah, it doesn't feel so good. Yeah, it's like someone corrupted the ROM. But again, like I said, the cartridge used to just not work. So I suspect it's just a case where maybe this worked originally, but then, like, you know, something in the cartridge got corroded. Which is why it looks like this. I have to guess, but who knows, maybe it was like this in the original. So what even is this thing I'm riding on? I don't know. Is it Moltres? Is it a... Is it a Charmander? Or a Charizard? I don't know. Maybe it's Vmon. And the whole thing's just become one big crossover. Also, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Pikachu here as well. It's like his whole torso is missing, or it's like hiding behind whatever this character is riding on. Yeah, I'm going to chalk up the glitchy graphics to just something wrong with the cartridge. Granted, I haven't seen glitchiness like this with any of the other games, so maybe it is the game. Because you notice, like, all the weirdness going on with the heads-up display. I don't know if it's meant to display the heads-up display at the bottom on this level or not. So here we go. Welcome to Pokemon Part 0, Pikachu versus the Bees. I do like the background though. Like Parallax. Because like I say, I know the original version of this graphically is quite impressive. I don't know if this game changes much graphically beyond the first level, other than, again, having the whole game in purple. Which, again, they probably could have done a bit more with that. I mean, it could look worse, to be fair. I mean, they could have made it, like, red, white, and green. But yeah. Oh, I think did I take damage there? I mean, the thing disappeared, so I assume I hit the thing. Oh, okay, I made it. Barely. Oh, okay, let's at least see what the next level looks like, and then we'll move on. Because I don't think there's a whole lot more to see with this. I mean, at least the bosses in this are a lot more straightforward than they were in the Bugs Bunny game. So what's past this bit? Oh, okay, it's just a gate. Yeah, layering issue much? This is like when I used to make cartoons in, like, what was it, the Simpsons cartoon studio? And I just accidentally put, like, a giant table in front of Homer's face. And I was like, I didn't know how the layering worked. So I don't know which door I'm supposed to go. I mean, I assume it's the second one from the left, because that would make sense. So is it the Sarsaparilla Leaves level? Okay, here we go. Level 2, or I guess level 3, maybe. Yeah, I think this may look different to the original. I don't remember what the original looks like, but this almost looks like a level from Tom and Jerry on the NES. Albeit all in purple, but yeah, this looks kind of similar to that. It's not the same, it's not like, you know, a case of they ripped off assets from that game. Though they probably could have if they wanted to. Oh, here we go. Pikachu versus the books. Oh yeah, I remember the Ghost Mansion from Pokemon. I mean, I guess there was, like, what is it, Psychic type? I can't remember which character it was. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, push it to the left. Shake it to the right. Take it to the front. Okay, what am I supposed to do on this bit? I don't get it. Okay, so we applied a sound effect. Okay, I can push that. Is it Lavender Town? Well, I guess that explains the colour scheme and just the general theme of this one. Am I supposed to go down, maybe? Oh, we'll see. Okay, so it turns that platform around. Okay. Fair point. I'll give him credit. Okay, this is... Yeah, it's somewhere between Lavender Town and the ghost... the ghost house from Mario 64. With, like, the piano that tries to kill you. So yeah, I think they've just given up on having Pokemon as the enemies at this point. They're just like, yeah, we'll just have, like... Yeah, we'll just have a Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force as an enemy. And an Angry Ball. I'm amused by just how slow the game is. Again, the original game is not like that. It does run faster than this. Again, I think they made the sprite bigger, and that just causes problems with the game. So I assume I can't jump on this enemy, because... Oh, no, you can. I was going to say, it looks kind of spiky. And usually, you don't jump on spiky enemies in games. That's the law. This game breaks that law. It's like, no, you can just jump on them. Not the worst law to break. Give me something to break. Okay. Oh, the glitchiness. What is going on? What's going on with that? Okay, that's just weird. Okay, so... Oh, hold on. Let's see. See what the game does here. Yep, we turned the thing over. Yeah, I don't think rotundness is what the original programmer had in mind. But, you know, We are down for rotund characters on this stream. We support them. So I don't know where to go. Like, I can go this way, but I don't think this is the end of the level. Okay. Well, you know what? I think we'll call it a day for this one. So, Pocket Monster Go Go Go. Where does it go on this list? Well, it's not as good as King of Fighters 97, I don't think. It's got a bit more colour. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, because all the sprites are yellow. And in King of Fighters 97, you can actually have both characters be completely different colours if you give it the right setting. So it's not as good as that. I'd say we're looking more in the Looney Tunes range. You know, comparing this to the Looney Tunes game from earlier, is this better than that? Well, it definitely doesn't look as good. But it does have a nice big rotund Pikachu, and that's worth points. You know, soundtrack is quite good. You know, I'd say roughly on par with the Looney Tunes game, but, you know, it's... Both games were done by Alberto Gonzalez, so it kind of explains that. So soundtrack is quite good. The graphics... I mean, the actual artwork is quite good, but they really kind of half-assed it with colours. It's like the background is just one palette, and then all the sprites are a different palette. Like, they couldn't even make Pikachu a different colour to all the enemies and all the other sprites. It's like, surely they could have done that. But, you know, this game does... You know, it doesn't have fall damage, so that works in its favour. The bosses are a lot more straightforward. It still has a password system, which works. And it does have the, you know, Titanic speech from Meowth at the beginning of the game. That alone puts it above the Looney Tunes game. So it's better than that. It's better than Mega Man 2. It's better than Crazy Castle. Yeah, I would play it over Crazy Castle. But is it better than Hyper Load Runner? Because Hyper Load Runner was pretty decent. It certainly ran faster than this. I think that's the biggest problem with this game, is just how slow it is. There's some glitchiness with the graphics. Again, I'm not certain if that's a problem with the game or the cartridge. Yeah, I mean, Carrot Crazy... I don't know. The boss battles let it down, as well as the fall damage. That game would be a fair bit higher on the list, if not for those factors. But, yeah. Is it better than Hyper Load Runner? I mean, Load Runner is alright, but I think there are better versions of it out there. So I think I'd play it over Hyper Load Runner. But is it better than Boxall? I mean, Boxall is a lot more straightforward as a game. But it's very successful at what it does. What it executes, it's simple, but it works. You know, there's no glitchiness like there is with Pocket Monster Go Go Go. And, you know, it's a monochrome game, so there's no issues with colour. Yeah, I think I'd take Boxall over this. So, congratulations to our new number 54, Pocket Monster Go Go Go, by some company that I don't know. Apparently made by Infogrames originally. You know, but you know, this game is innovation. You can't argue with that, which is what puts it in the top 100. Okay, so I'm gonna have to fill up my drink at this point. So let me spin the wheel, see what game we get to cover next. I'll fill up my drink and then we'll be back. And the next game will be... Oh, here we go. Yes, Real Bout Special. So join me after the break, where we will play Real Bout Special, as well as the Sonic games, Bust-a-Boo 3, and UU4. So don't go away. I have to keep doing it. I have to keep doing it. Every single time. I find a way to do it. Yeah, you know what? I have had it with all these fake bouts, okay? You know, all the ones that you see on YouTube, okay? Jake Paul. No, fuck that. I want a real bout, and I don't just want any normal real bout. I want a special real bout. So the time has come. to engage in Real Bout Special for the Game Boy. Okay, so... Okay, so... I'm just having a quick look at the moves here. Just so I know what I'm doing just very slightly. Okay. So, if you just give me a second, I'm just having a look through these options. So, you can change the time again. But, like, okay, so there's no option to switch the timer off, but when you set it to 90, it's kind of, you know, whatever. So, I like that you can set it as low as 10 seconds. If you want to make the game go super quick. I don't know. Let's set it to, yeah, I think 60 will do. So again, it's only got 3 difficulties, which is a little bit odd. But you do have the corner option. So I think, yeah, so with Real Bout, it was basically a case where if you kept hitting someone against the wall, you could, like, break the thing on the side of the wall and it would do more damage if you hit the opponent in it. And I'm pretty sure that's what this setting is for. I'm not entirely sure what it does. I think it makes it so that the higher this number is, the more you have to hit the opponent against the wall for it to do that. Okay. I suppose there's a thing about, there's like a dip switch option in this. I'm gonna have to read that in a bit. But let's just have a quick go on the actual game. So, okay, so let's see. We've got Terry. So he's in this game. He wasn't in the other one. We've got Andy, Joe, Mai, Blood. So that's Lawrence Blood. AKA Yayin, if you've ever played World Heroes 2, the Famicom bootleg. Krauser, you know, Wolfgang Krauser, Billy Kane, Yamazaki, Jin, Mary, so that's Blue Mary, Kim, and Duck. You know who I'm playing as. We have to play as Duck. It's like, come on now. So, I think, yeah, if you press B and start, it picks a character at random, so let's do that. Yep, Duck is in the house. Yeah, Duck King with his amazing glasses and mohawk. And his dance moves. So Duck is like, I want to say like capoeira, but not really. Because if anything, it was more like, what was his name? Bob Wilson, I think, was sort of close to that as well, in terms of fighting style. But he's not in this, so that's like, yeah, so that's where the sort of issue comes in with this version of it. It actually plays really well. In fact, if you, yeah, because you saw the, you know, the Fatal Fury game from earlier. Or not Fatal Fury, the King of Fighters game earlier. Great, now he's just hammering in the corner. Thanks, game, I appreciate it. There we go. That's what you get. Okay, I'm trying to do the super. He's just not doing it. Maybe I'm pressing the wrong button. Is it B? No. Okay. Yes, Iori is in this game. But I think you have to unlock him. He's like you have to beat the game, and then he's like a bonus fight. Something like that. I forget the exact... I forget the specifics, but it's something along those lines. But yeah, the AI is definitely just hammering away from the very start. Like the AI was actually a lot easier in the other game. And I'm pretty sure I still set it to normal in both, so... It's not a case of me changing the settings or whatever. Yeah. Or maybe it's just because I'm playing as Duck. I don't really tend to play as Duck anyway. I just picked him because I like the name. But, yeah, I don't think we can get very far with Duck, if I'm being honest. Oh! So, of course I do the super and he just blocks it anyway, bastard. Yeah, like, you see how aggressive the AI is compared to where it was in the King of Fighters game? Yeah, okay. You know, it's kind of funny. The AI was a lot less aggressive in the other game. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe if I said it easy, it'd be equivalent to the other one. So I don't know if they made the AI easier for the other one or not. But again, it might just be because I'm playing as Duck King and I just don't tend to play as him anyway. So I don't think this port ever got released outside Japan. I know King of Fighters did. Like, well, the, you know, the official ones anyway. Also, I'm not sure how the line change works in this. It's like, I think you have to hold, like, the punch button and press up or down or whatever. I don't know, it's a bit weird. I guess that's something they didn't really have to do for King of Fighters, because it just wasn't a thing in that game. Okay. But yeah, I mean, they do put Iori in the game, but it's also a case where, like, they're missing other characters, so if you want to play as Tung Fu Ru, or Cheng, or Hon Fu, or whoever, yeah, you can't play as them in this. You basically have to pick some other character. But yeah. But hey, I made it past a fight, which is actually more than I was expecting to do with Duck King, but okay. Here we go, Andy in the house. I do find it a little bit sad that the backgrounds aren't animated, but, you know, it's a Game Boy, I guess there's only so much you can do graphically. Yeah, but again, I noticed the AI seems to be a lot more aggressive in this compared to the other game. Like, again, that might just be because the other one was a ROM hack, I'm not sure. Or maybe it's just because I'm rubbish at this game, I don't know. It plays well. Yeah. I mean, really, the issues I'm having with this game is just, you know, skill issue. So I'm trying to do the super, and I just can't get it to work out. I don't know if that's just because I'm using the GameCube controller, like, maybe that's an issue, but... Yeah, so... yeah. I mean, there is... I mean, there are alternate versions of the Hummer Team Fatal Fury special. Wasn't there, like, a Real Bout one? Or am I misremembering that? I'm sure there was a Real Bout bootleg on Famicom, but maybe that was just a relabeled version of just another game that they didn't bother to change at all. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting past this. Yep. And you got me in the corner already. Great. How do you do grabs in this? Is it like press both buttons at the same time? Yeah, I'm just going to do a taunt because I feel like it. I mean, I'm about to lose anyway, I might as well. Oh, is it? Well, it's good to know. Okay. Well, you know, let's... Do you get to change characters when you lose? I mean, I would assume so, but there wasn't an option to select that in the menu. Okay. Well, let's go for Mai. Why not? Okay. Yep, Andy Bogart's in the house. Okay, let's see if I can at least beat a fight of this. There we go. Ugh. Try to do that one, like, super long dash move that's got. There we go. And like I say, this game plays really well. You know, I'd say this is about as good as you could have gotten out of Game Boy, I think. Problem is the AI is always in your grill. Yep, couldn't get the special that time. You see, I was trying to do. Okay, there we go. Hooray! I won by KO. I did it. Yeah. Andy cannot be stopped. Except when I do the super and then win anyway. Okay, let's see if I can get the line change to work. Okay, so it's not with A. Oh, sorry, it's not with B. Maybe it's A. It's like... Ugh, because the line changes out of it. Does any Bogard have projectiles? I don't think he does. Yeah, it was because Terry had like the, yeah, like the lightning, whatever. Ugh! No! You're not taking this chicken away from me! There we go. Ugh. I did it! I didn't get the KO, but I did it. I've got double AA rank as well. That's pretty good. I don't think I ever got that rank in playing this on the Neo Geo. Or emulation, playing Neo Geo that way. But, okay. Okay, so just have projectiles. I'm sorry. Okay, Blue Mary in the house. Do we get the theme song? I want to hear this. Yeah! Okay, we're in. Ooh. Sorry, I just love doing that dash move. Really useful when you're far away. Although I'm getting much joy of this now, but... Ugh. Nope, AI's just decided, no! You're not doing that. And, like I say, you have to excuse my lack of skill at this. I've always been rubbish at fighting games, so... You know, winning any fights in this is purely coincidence. Okay, there we go. I think that might have got me the win. There we go. Oh, were those released in Europe? I don't know. I don't recall seeing copies. Like, I know there was... Is it Maximum Impact? Like King of Fighters Maximum Impact that got released on, like, PS2? Like, I remember that being a thing, but... Like, people tend to ignore the 3D Fatal Furies, I think. Or the ones from that era, at least. Because I know that they're still making them. Oh, you suck. Okay, I'm trying to do like an air attack. There we go. So I just love doing the yoga mummy. Also, it's slightly misleading when it's like, okay, the meter's empty, but now they've got like the flashing meter. Because I get that it's like, okay, you had 2 health bars in this game. And that's the reason why it does that. But yeah, it's still kind of weird. Of course the AI's not going to let me get the last hit in me. No. Okay, well I'll win. Oh, here we go. I'm just having a look at something here. Yep, now we've got Kim with his amazing kicks. I do like the background on this. I mean, it's kind of limited because, you know, just like the last game, it's all rendered in purple. Though in this case, that's more of my own choosing. Yeah. See, I'd like to play as Duck, but I was always rubbish as Duck. And from what I've read, he's not that great in this version anyway. So I'm like, I may as well go with a character I know who to play as a little bit. There we go. Oh, look at that. 14 hits for the win. I like that it's still got the ranking system as well. I wouldn't have expected that to carry over, but it does. Oh, look at that. No, I whiffed the move. No, he got mad because I won the first round. It's like, nope. Not gonna do it now. But I just got a nice combo in anyway. Boom! Yeah, I'm actually getting a lot further with this than I thought I would. Ah! No, he's just like, no, I've had enough of you. Now I'm just gonna just spam moves in the corner. Yeah, I'm still struggling to do the, yeah, jump on the wall thing consistently. Like, sometimes it works. It's like, I don't know, it's like the timing is a lot stricter than it is in the original. Yeah, they could have done with more songs. I mean, at least it has the Blue Mary theme, which is the best theme from the original. Oh, here we go. But yeah, so as you say, like, it's just the same stage as the previous one. So they didn't have enough space for more levels, so they just said... I mean, to be fair, they had to cut some of the characters out. I probably would have played as, what was his name with the nunchucks? Honfu? I would have gone for him, but he's not in this, so I had to go for mine. Ugh! No, it's too far away. That wasn't gonna work! Because I got that off a little bit. See, again, the timing on that is so strict. I mean, it could be made harder by my capture setup. Maybe. Now I'll go wallop on him in the corner. Yeah, see, I would have picked Honfu, but again, he's just not in this version. And that's unfortunate. Ugh. Yeah, here we go, just walloping him against the wall, get a lot of extra hits in. Boom! Oh! And the super... Oh. I was about to finish it, and it's like, no. There we go. Okay, so we did get the first one. I mean, I suppose nowadays you could just get the... What is it? The ACA Neo Geo versions or whatever. Of course it dodges it. See, I love pulling off this move, it's just that a lot of the time it just kind of misses. Or at least it does what I do it anyway. Oh. No. Oh, no, it's not doing it. I can't do the wall jump in this one consistently. I can do it a lot easier in other versions, but... See, like there, it worked. But it's like you have to do it late. That's what it feels like, anyway. So I don't think it is a capture device lag, because otherwise I'd have to do it early. There we go. That's your hubris, Jin. Okay, I think I won. Yeah, okay. S rank. Yeah, didn't think you'd ever see an S rank from me on the stream. But I did it. Unfortunately, I can't read the win quote. It's like, oops. I mean, to be fair, there never was an English version of this anyway. Not on Game Boy. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay, mirror match. Here we go. That's where it all goes to shit. Yeah, they got the physics carryover for this one. Yeah, I don't think I'm winning this. Because the AI gets quite difficult later on, I think. If it's like the other versions. It's like, I might be able to do that super, but... No. I can block it, but I'm still going to take the chip damage. I'm just going to try to go against the wall, see if I can win that way. Win through chip damage. There we go. See, I could just play this game all day and then never play the Sonic games that come later. And I will get to them. I did title the stream after them for a reason. But, you know, you give me real Bout Fatal Fury Special on Game Boy, I'm going to play it. I do want to try the, what is it? Oh no. Okay, I'm in trouble now. Oh no! Yeah, I still haven't quite figured out how the line change works. Because in the Neo Geo version of this, you would just, what was it? You just pressed the D button and it worked. But of course, the Game Boy only has 2 buttons. Okay, I tried to do a taunt there. That was a very bad idea. Especially at this stage in the game. It's like, yeah, the AI's not going to punish that. Well, I won anyway. So there we go. Mai with the win. See, this is why you don't play as Duck King. Because he can't do that dash move. He might have, like, a dash move, but yeah. Yeah, see, like, the SNK conversions on Game Boy are actually really good. Just as a rule. I mean, like, I was playing the King of Fighters one earlier. And the only real problem with that game is the roster, because it was missing characters like Ture, who, you know, again, you would expect to be in, well, any SNK fighter, pretty much. Yeah, I like the little meter on the bottom there. It's like, okay, so is it possible to get ring outs in this? Because I haven't come across that yet. I haven't seen it done, but maybe if I just keep hammering him against the right, I think that will eventually work. But... Or I can just win. Yes, it was King of Fighters 97. Like I say, it's a great game, but it just suffers from just a lot of missing characters. And the fact that Athena's in the game and you can't play as her, that is unfortunate. Here we go, just... I'm trying to see if I can get the ring out. Here we go. Oh, oh, oh. Here we go. Terry will not survive. Also, I did set this to normal, didn't I? You know, it's kind of funny, the AI was kind of wailing on me at the beginning. Now I'm doing the same to it. Oh, was there a King of Fighters 98 hack? I don't have that one. You know, it's kind of funny that I suck at fighting games, and yet this is probably the game I've played the most today. So that's the problem, I'm just going to keep playing this game the whole time. Oh, Duck King is back! Also, is he wearing Kirby? What was that on the left of his sprite? That just looked like Kirby to me, I'm sorry. Oh, but we do have the Duck King theme. I am Duck King! Whoa, 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 whoa. Everyone knows the theme from the CD versions. That theme is great. Oh! Oh, you bastard. So I wonder how the two-player mode in this works. I guess if I had 2 copies of this, I could do it that way, but unfortunately I've only got 1 cartridge with this game on it. Nope, and he blocked super great. Okay. Yes, the duck cannot be stopped. You know, I did recently get a copy of Duck Maze for the NES. See, I quite like both. I mean, Because you know what? I mean, can you really argue with a character like Dulcie or Blanca? Okay, Duck has had enough. It's like, nope, you're not getting past me. Okay, and my theme. Oh, no, got grab. Nah, I might get stuck here. Like I say, I'll play until I lose. When I lose, I'll move on. But I like how good the recreations of the themes are. Like, it is kind of sad it doesn't have all of them, but oh wait, who won? I think Duck won by like 1 pixel. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, because it looked like his health bar was slightly bigger. There we go, round 3. Was Duck's level always on a beach? I don't remember that. I thought it was meant to be in like an alleyway. Unless I'm thinking of like one of the other games. So I remember like the original Fatal Fury. Just like you fight them in the club. So it does seem like you get to do supers more in this compared to the other versions. Okay, you know, I think I'll just, you know, just play like an idiot, because I do want to move on to the other games. Yeah, he does have a great dance, and a great haircut. I like how he looks in this version too. Like, you see a super move then? You know, it's worth losing just to see that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, can you get the hits in to win it? Oh, he's got it. Okay. To be fair, I had one to move on anyway, so I kind of just decided to throw that match. You can probably tell by the way that I wasn't actually pressing anything in the last, like, 10 seconds. But there we go. Okay, it's worth it for that. Oi! Something, baby. Okay. So like I say, I think there is a dip switch in this, and I want to see... how do you do that? Ah, okay. So I got... yeah, this is not that game. I might have that game, I can't remember. But, okay, let's go to the options, and... yeah, here we go. So we got the soft dip switch settings, so I think if you set... yeah, I think if you set it to these... I'm not sure what these settings do. I'm just going to set them all to 1, because I just want to see how much you can change the game by doing that. Okay, let's go back into the game. Let's quickly play with Terry. So I didn't get a chance to do that with the other one. Oh, okay, so if I press B and start on here, it does this? What's going on? Okay, that's just weird. Okay, so we've got Kim. Terry versus Kim. I don't remember some of Terry's moves, but okay. Yeah, so it's the same stage that we saw before. Oh, is it just like you can just pull off supers whenever you want? So I know, so I think if you set the dip switches to 1, you can, yeah, you can have like Iori in there. But anyway, yeah. So I think I will move on, because I do want to play the other games. I mean, we've done the first 4 games on this cartridge, but there are 4 other games that I want to play, and I don't want to run out of time or anything, so... yeah, I mean, you know, how does it compare to Pocket Monster Go Go Go? I mean, I would say it's maybe a little bit better than that. You know, it's a little bit smoother. It's definitely a lot faster. You got the soft dip switch settings. Oh, you press start on Krauser and Billy. Oh, I see. Okay. So you can play as Geese. So, like, is Iori, like, overpowered or something in this version? Because I know that... because obviously, I mean, he was a King of Fighters character, and he's just kind of a bonus character in this. And... I'm trying to remember, like... I don't think you're normally supposed to be able to play as him until you beat the game. But yeah, it's better than Pocket Monsters Go Go Go. You know, it's better than Muhammad Ali Boxing. It doesn't have the Pog faces, but it does have the Duck King. and that counts for a lot. You know, it has Terry Bogard. It's got Iori, which again, you don't get in the other versions of this. It's better than Heavyweight Championship Boxing. It's better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. I mean, we're looking more at Nettou King of Fighters 97 range. You know, it's more directly comparable to this than to any other game. And, you know, it's got the whole system with a corner in this version. Which obviously, I mean, that was a Fatal Fury mechanic, which wasn't in King of Fighters. You got the line changes. I mean, you got the supers, the desperation moves. You have Duck King, you know. I mean, really the issue with this version of the game is that it is missing a few characters. Again, it doesn't have Honfu or Cheng or anyone like that. And that is unfortunate. If it had all the characters, it would have been perfect. But, you know, just make the ROM size bigger, add the missing characters. There you go. You've got the ultimate handheld version of this game. But it is kind of ultimate already. You know, I think this was the last, you know, SNK port for Game Boy. Like, official one. Yeah. So, there is no My Heart Will Go On. But, you know, it does have Duck King yelling baby when he wins. So that gets points. You know, it does have win quotes. Not the... I mean, King of Fighters 97 also had win quotes, but it had an unplayable version of Athena. You couldn't unlock the characters, I don't think. Maybe you could, and I just couldn't figure it out. But, yeah, it's like it seemed to have less characters, or the same amount of characters, and... Yeah, I mean, King of Fighters had more characters than Fatal Fury. Like, even... you know, when the game's coming out at the same time, it still had more characters. So it's less of an issue with this game. It has Terry Bogard, it has Geese, it has Duck King, it has Blue Mary, and it has the Blue Mary theme. And those things put it above King of Fighters 97. It's better than Tailgater. Because, you know, if I was going to play a fighting game on Game Boy, I probably would go for this one. Maybe if you factor in Game Boy Color games, it would be different, but... if we're talking monochrome Game Boy, this I think is the zenith. You know, I don't think you could do better than this. Maybe if you're a huge King of Fighters fan, but I don't know. But yeah, it's better than Tailgater. It's better than Super Mario Land. Super Mario Land is a great game, but it does have some control issues. The graphics are tiny. It's a little bit unforgiving in ways that can make it a little bit less fun than it could have been. At least by today's standards. But is it better than Tetris? Because Tetris is a great game, you know, definitive, but there are better versions of Tetris on Game Boy, and as far as this engine goes, like these SNK fighters on Game Boy, I think this is the best one, from what I remember of the other ones. Because, I mean, you have Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters, but this one came out a bit later, it's a bit more refined. I think it's got a bit more to it, so I would put it above Tetris. Oh, hello Jan, how you doing? We're in the middle of ranking Real Bout Fatal Fury Special for Game Boy. And is it better than V-Rally Championship Edition? Because both are conversions of console games. I mean, Neo Geo is a console in a sense. I mean, it was kind of an arcade cabinet as well. But yeah. It is a great game. Both of these games are top tier. You know, if you were to ask me, what is the best racing game? What is the best fighting game? These might be the two answers that I would think of. I can't think of any better ones from either genre. You know, they are both top-tier games on the Game Boy. But is it better than V-Rally? Because V-Rally was also very smooth. It controlled great. It actually played far better than the console versions. This version, like... because Real Bout plays really well as well. I mean, I'm not sure if it's easier than the other versions or if I'm just better at controlling it. The controls were simplified because, you know, the original game used 4 buttons. You had punch, kick, fierce attack, and line change. But this one kind of combines the controls into 2 buttons, and I think that makes it a bit easier to grasp. And I kind of I don't know. In terms of controlling it, the other versions had more style, but this one I think has... for someone like me, who's not very good at fighting games, I can get my head around this one easier than the other versions, but I would still go back to the other versions, and I wouldn't go back to the console versions of V-Rally, because, well, they were just kind of shite, you know. If I was going to play V-Rally, I'd play V-Rally 2, or the Game Boy version of V-Rally 1. If I'm going to play Fatal Fury Special, or Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, I should say, because those are two different games. I guess it depends on what mood I'm in. I mean, if I really want to learn the arcade version, I'll probably go for that. But if I want one that I can get further into, I'd probably play this one. It's really difficult, but V-Rally, okay, it doesn't have in-game music. When I think about it. There's no in-game music, but the graphics are really good. It's got several different cars with different stats, but they make less of a difference than the characters in this game. And I think there's a little bit... Well, I don't know. Is there more content? Because you got the 2-player mode in Fatal Fury Special. You don't get a 2-player mode in V-Rally, I don't think. I don't know. There might be a bit more variety with Real Bout, though, because V-Rally, it's like you got a few different types of obstacles on the different tracks, but I think the tracks are the same across both modes. You got like 10 tracks. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special is better than V-Rally Championship Edition. It's very marginal, but it is better than that. But is it better than Bubble Ghost? We have to think about this very carefully, because Bubble Ghost has a bubble, it has a ghost, and I think it has the best theme on the Game Boy, or at the very least, like, one of the greatest Game Boy themes of all time. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special does have Blue Mary, and the Blue Mary theme, but it does recycle one of the themes for several of the characters, so it does lose points there a little bit. It's missing a few characters, including Honfu, which again is the character that I would like to play this with. But it does have Yori. Ugh. Like, both of these games are too good to put above one another. If I had to choose... Okay, if I was gonna replay Real Bout or Bubble Ghost, which one would I play? I mean, here's the thing. Bubble Ghost is having to compete with Duck King, Terry Bogard, Mai Shiranui, and Geese Howard, and Lawrence Blood. Or Yayin, whatever you want to call him. It's a difficult one. It's a very tough one. But then again, I mean, Real Bout doesn't have animated backgrounds, and Bubble Ghost kind of does in places. But there was more content in Real Bout. But Bubble Ghost is the best version of itself, and Real Bout, you know, there are cutbacks made to the Game Boy version inevitably as a result of it being on the Game Boy, based on a Neo Geo game. But the fact that they got as close as they did to the Neo Geo version is impressive. The thing is, I don't think there was much more they could have done to improve it. Like, this is about as good as a conversion of a Neo Geo game could possibly have been. But if they added the missing characters, it would have been perfect. But it's missing those characters. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special is our new number 2. It's almost there. If it had the missing characters, it would have won. But, you know, you take Honfu out of the equation, you lose points with that. I'm sorry. You know, when you get to this top 3 or 4, whatever, the margins get very tight. You know, you can't afford to be missing a character like that. So, yeah, congratulations to our new number 2, Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. And on that bombshell... Oh yes, it's time to play something... It's time to play something a bit less real. Yes, Sonic 6. The time has come to play Sonic 6. Yep, I said we would get to Sonic eventually. I did promise. Yeah, like I say, when you get to this top end of the list, it really becomes a margins game. You know, you make one mistake and you're not beating Bubble Ghost. Like, you have to be flawless in order to beat Bubble Ghost. That's how good Bubble Ghost is. And Real Bit Freddy Furious Special is like a 9.8 out of 10. If we're ranking things out of 10, you know, that's like, you could round it up to a 10. But would we say that about Sonic 6? I guess we'll find out when we go into it. So I very briefly showed off this game when I streamed it. Like, when I streamed Game Boy Killer Part 1, I very briefly showed off Sonic 6. But it crashed a couple of minutes in, so I didn't get to rank it. So, yes. You might recognise this theme song. You may recognise it from a certain other game that I played earlier in the stream. Yes. From Funkmaster's Sonic World comes Sonic 6 on the Game Boy. Complete with... I love the tunes. Oh yeah, you cannot defeat Sonic World. Well, Sonic Jam had a Sonic World in it. Maybe they named it after that. Sonic Jam's cool. Well, at least the Game Boy Color version is... Well, not the Game Boy Color version. The Saturn version is. The Gamecom version is infinitely less cool. So yeah, so I've mentioned this when I streamed this before, or at least I tried to. Maybe maybe the game crashed before I got a chance to say it, but yeah. So you may have figured out already. I think it was already said in the chat. Yeah, so this is a ROM hack of a Speedy Gonzales game. Not the first ROM hack of, you know, a cartoon game that we've seen today, because obviously there was the there was the Pikachu game that we saw earlier. Okay, I pressed jump. I called bollocks on that. I pressed the jump button and the game said no. But okay. Also, I had to pick this colour scheme because this is the only one where Sonic is blue, if I select it. So I do apologise for the yellow background, but yeah. Gonna take a bit of practicing for this one, I think. Yeah. Okay. We'll do a mulligan on this. Also, I'm amused by this screen. So, they did put a few graphics in. Also, I don't know if you get infinite continues or not. But yeah, I mean, oh. Okay, for a second I thought the game crashed, like my screen went blue. But, no, it was just my capture device having a moment. Nope, the game is working. It's not like before where it crashed the second I crashed into an enemy. Yeah, it's like they just took... I think it was a, like, Sonic 3D Blast. Like, they just took a graphic from that game and just altered it slightly. Okay. But, like, you see how difficult the timing is on this, though? Like, because you see how fast the enemy moves. There's no run button, and the momentum isn't quite as fast as you would want from a Sonic game. See, like, the timing is so tight. That's the problem with it. Like, why is the enemy so fast? Why couldn't it move further, like, why couldn't its movement pattern be at least a few frames longer than it is? To give you more of a chance to avoid it. Also, this looks like one of the McDonald's mascots. Like, from back in the 90s. But yeah, like I say, so this was a Speedy Gonzales game that they just reskinned into a Sonic game. Now, I might be wrong on this, but if I remember correctly... when they hacked this game, they also changed the order of the levels. So this was not level 1 in the original. I don't know what level this was, but it was one of the later levels. They just swapped all the levels around, which is probably the reason why this level is as difficult as it is, because, you know, you were supposed to work your way up to this point. I imagine some of the later levels in this game are a lot easier because of that. But of course they're going to start off with the forest zone, because I guess thematically it's the closest you're going to get to, well, the first level in a Sonic game. Okay. Also, yeah, these upside-down question marks, because, you know, Mexican theme, so you got upside-down punctuation. So, yeah, they're checkpoints. Yeah, like, I think this game really could have done with some Mario clones. In fact, this is very reminiscent of the, you know, the SNES Mario Sonic ROM hack. What was it called? Sonic 4. Which, to be fair, I think is a real game than is a better game than the real Sonic 4, because that game is awful. In fact, this game is probably better than that. But yeah, I'm not going to bother with the cheese. Also, it really bothers me that you're collecting cheese. Like, that would have been an easy sprite edit. Like, just replace the cheese, redraw them slightly, and turn them into rings. That's all you had to do. And they couldn't even do that. They could do, like, graphic edits of Sonic from, you know, 3D Blast or whatever. But they couldn't do... they couldn't change the cheese! Okay. I want to at least try to be level with this, because I have gotten at least a little bit of progress on this game before. See, the momentum actually does make it quite difficult, because you have to get like a running start to avoid the enemies. And it's all about getting the timing down. Yeah, it's like that. If your jumping rhythm is off with the enemy, you're just going to die every time. I don't know what the strategy is there, because the problem is, because you're on a moving platform that pushes you into the enemy. Again, like, this should not be level 1. And again, obviously, in the original game, it would not have been level 1. But it's like, I mean, you could barely make the jumps half the time, because the enemies, again, are so fast. How you would have done this on a real Game Boy, I don't know. Also, you have problems like this, where it's like, okay, is there a platform down there? Like, I literally have to move down here to see if there's a platform down there, and of course there isn't. So it's like, oh, can I jump down there? Nope, of course not. At least the cheese gives you an indication of where things are. And I do kind of like the parallax in the background. There is something to that. You know, so I think this game was originally made by a company called Citizen Software, I think. Like, they also made a game with a couple of mice. Whether that one's any good, I don't know. It was like a puzzle platformer. But I'm pretty sure that was by the same people. But of course, yeah. Originally a Speedy Gonzales game by Sunsoft, oddly enough. Okay, how do I make this jump? Oh, okay. I can stand on that thing? Okay, that looks like a background element. That does not look like a thing you can stand on, I'm sorry. I mean, you could do worse. I mean, like, there were bootlegs on the Game Boy Advance where it's just, like, literally the same game reskinned 20 plus times. Like, the same barely playable shite platformer. And all they did was change the graphics every time and call it a day. And it's like one of the worst games you ever played in your life. Oh yeah, dude, I love La Cucaracha Zone. That level was great. I mean, this is the forest zone, in case you're wondering. But again, this I'm pretty sure was not the first level in the original. I'm not sure what the first level would have been. It was probably like the Mexico zone or something like that. Because there is a Mexico zone in this game, I do remember that. Oh. Okay, so if you jump on those things when the mouth's open, I assume you die. Yeah. They're like Pitfall, in that sense. I'm not really sure what there is to say about this one, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's playable enough. I mean, the thing about this game, you know, compared to the platforms I played on the last stream, you know, I've certainly had a lot more fun with this than, say, the Tom and Jerry game that I played on the last stream. Or, you know, Radical Rescue, which a game so brutally unfair that it, like, ruins any potential fun that game might have had. I mean, really, the big problem that I have is the fact that you have to dodge all the enemies. Like, the fact that you don't have an attack is a big problem, especially for Sonic, you know. He was kind of famous for having an attack that just killed the enemies as soon as you, like, jumped into them. Like, it's like, oh, you jump into an enemy and kill them most of the time. That was one of the great things about Sonic, and yeah, and you just can't do that in this game, and that I find to be kind of a shame. You know, it's taken away his, like, you know, his attack. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Pitfall is definitely a better game than this. I will not argue with that. At least you can hold down the button and constantly jump, though. I do kind of like that. So what do I do? Okay, do I have to jump off the branch, or do I jump off the ground? Okay, so I guess that works. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to miss that jump, but I oh, made it. Oh, you really got to pay attention to that. See, at least it lets you look down. I mean, they could have easily just not programmed that into the game. So, you know, could have been a lot worse. Okay, no idea how I made that jump, but I'll take it. Okay, at least that one jumps low enough to easily avoid. But like I say, I mean, I've played much worse platformers recently. You know, I mean, this one is kind of... Yeah, it's playable enough. You know, after playing Mega Man 3 on Game Boy, I'm inclined to be charitable. Yeah, it is like... Yeah, this is like if Sonic Labyrinth was a platformer. Yeah, I think that's the closest description I found for this one. And I don't know, I've always found Sonic Labyrinth to be kind of underrated. I mean, I'll get more on that once I actually start playing that game on stream. Because, you know, Sonic Origins, I do want to get around to that game at some point. You know, I mean, you know, if I could beat Sonic 2 on Game Gear, then, yeah, I think I can beat Sonic Labyrinth. And I say that because I have beaten it before, so... But yeah, I mean, is this as good as Sonic 2 on Game Gear? Probably not. I mean, for all that game's faults, it, you know, at least was a Sonic game, and you could attack. It felt like a Sonic game. Oh. Yeah, you weren't gingerly trying to run past bees. I mean, were there bees in that game? Because there definitely are bee enemies in some of them, but... Okay, does it throw in the same spot every time? Okay, it does. Oh, okay. Where is the checkpoint? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I like being able to move the camera vertically. I mean, you know, to be fair, like, a lot of the Sonic games had that, but most other games didn't, I don't think. Not from what I remember anyway, so, you know, points for at least picking a game that had that feature. It's kind of funny, like, some things about this game are Sonic-like, but a lot of them really are not at all. Like, the level design here, like, this is not a Sonic level in the slightest. Sonic Labyrinth, maybe, but certainly not, you know, certainly not like a numbered game. Okay, so I can't jump through this. Ooh, at least you get a lot of airtime, so you can kind of just make that anyway. Okay, well, I'm not going to chance it with the left, or the right, so I'm just going to go this way. Yeah, Sonic Part Zero, Sonic versus the Bees. I will never stop referencing that line. Until the day I die, I will just keep referencing the irate game. I don't care. A lot of cheese in this level. Okay, so there's no cheat trick there. But even if there was, I could just look down and see that there's a cheat trick there. Yeah, so it's like, just, you know, gotta be careful, and you'll make the jump. There we go. Hooray! Were there any boss fights in this? I can't remember. I think there was a boss fight at the end of the game, but I don't think there were any others. Like, I never beat this game, but I have seen it played through to completion, so I do have an idea on how the rest of the levels work. Oh no, there are other bosses. Yeah, I forgot about... Oh. Nope, I don't know how this works. Also, yeah, I think you can jump on the bosses, but not anyone else, which is really weird. Okay. Yeah, it's like Guts, man. Okay, well, does it let me continue with the boss? Let's see. Ah, okay, it does. So, at least it doesn't make me redo the previous level or anything. Yeah, so the boss fights in this are really weird, because you can jump on the bosses, despite the fact that you can't jump on the other enemies who are ostensibly weaker than the bosses. Okay, so apparently I can only jump on him once, and then I have to wait for him to do the pass again. Yeah, it really does look like a green Donkey Kong. Oh, I see. You have to do it at a very specific point. It's very picky about where the hit detection is. Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, so you can only do it at the very apex of your jump, otherwise you die. I mean, I do lose my score for continuing, but it's like, does anyone really care about score in a game like this? I don't think so. Like, I never understood why games like this had score in the first place. It's like Mega Man 1 on the NES, you know, it's like, yeah, you have a score system, but like no one cares about getting a high score in Mega Man. People care about Mega Man, but they do not care about the high score. But hey, if you really want to go to level 2 in Sonic 6, you can do so. Okay, so now we go to the ice level, which apparently is the first level in the original. So, do you think this is just going to be Ice Cap Zone from Sonic 3? Oh no, is this really going to be a game where, like, a droplet of water kills something? Is this going to be like that piece of shit Indiana Jones game on Mega Drive? Because that game is awful. I mean, to be fair, I would easily take this game over that, but still. Though, actually, with this colour scheme, it looks less like water and more like just like acid. It's coming to kill me. You know, actually, this background effect looks kind of cool. I like this. Like, that looks pretty good. Oh wait, does this have loops? Okay, you know what? This gets points for having loops. Hooray! A Sonic-like feature in this Sonic game. Though I'm not so sure about the music, right? Like, obviously just public domain tunes. But okay, now this actually looks more like a Sonic level than the other one did. Yeah, Lemmings music. I mean, Lemmings music was mostly public domain as well. Had a few original tunes in there, but... Yeah, this... Okay, now it's starting to feel a bit like, Lava Reef with the design, actually. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say how I feel about this one. Like... I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It's not great. Oh, okay, I think I see the trick with this one. Yeah, don't touch the penguins or you fly into the fly into the spikes and die. But yeah, I don't know. I was expecting worse from this game, but playing it again, I'm like, you know what? Actually, this game really isn't that bad. I'm kind of like, it's fine. I suppose the unfortunate thing about this game is that it's immediately coming after Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. And, yeah, this game is no Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. I'll tell you that right now. But then again, what games could be? Very few. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this level was... I mean, these features had to have been in the original, surely. There's no way they would have hacked it in with this game. Like, in a game where they couldn't even change the cheese wheels into rings, I refuse to believe that they hacked that into this game. Oh, oops. Okay. That was my fault. Well, at least now I get why they hacked this into Sonic. I mean, it makes more sense looking at it from this level. Again, it's kind of funny that they chose the forest level to be the first one and not this. I mean, I assume that was just to hide the game's origins. Sort of make it less obvious that it's based on that game. Even though the Looney Tunes theme kind of gives it away. Like, to be honest. It's like, yeah, this game with the Looney Tunes theme, yeah, totally original Sonic game, folks. Yeah, see, I remember that famous scene in Sonic 2 where he embarks on the Death Egg, walks up to that giant robotic machine, and then he just goes, "What's up, Doc?" Actually, that would have made that game even better. If that game had Sonic saying, "What's up, Doc?" that would have been the best game in the universe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, the flaws... It's kind of weird, because, like I say, this multicart kind of is heaven and hell. Because, I mean, considering what I was just playing a second ago, a game that could have taken the #1 spot, and would have taken it if it had all the missing characters. Oops. Okay, got away with it. Yeah, like, this game has its flaws. I don't know. I don't really mind it. Like, again, I would take this over most of the games I played last time. Let's just say that much. Let's say that much. It doesn't necessarily feel that much like a Sonic game, but it's enough so like it that it doesn't really bother me particularly. Okay, that's also weird that they put a checkpoint at the end of the level, but whatever. But yeah, Sonic... Oh, you know, well, I may as well play this until I die. I'm on my last life anyway, so... Okay. You know, I was half expecting that thing to kill me, but it didn't. So, you know, points for not having harmless-looking graphics that kill you. Like, at least... Okay, with this game, at least, the things that kill me are things that look like they would kill me. You know, like, that's a common problem with, like, European-made games, I find, is... You know, it's like harmless-looking things that just kill you for no reason. It's like I was saying with the Indiana Jones game. Like, that's a good that's a good example. Whereas this at least has, like, credible threats. But I'm amused by this screen. But yeah, it's reminiscent of the Tom and Jerry game from last time, but... Like, I hated the Tom and Jerry game, and I don't want to play it again. I wouldn't mind trying to play through this, though. Like, I would be okay with trying to play through this whole game. I'm not going to do it today, because, you know, we do have a few other games to look at. But it's no real Bout Fatal Fury special. You know, I mean, you look down this list, I mean, it's not on the level of Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. It's definitely not no King of the Zoo. You're better off with Yars' Revenge, the Kotile Ultimatum. It's not as good as Pinball Revenge of the Gator. But is it better than Super Mario World 7? AKA Adventure Island 3. I mean, as far as bootleg ROM hacks go, I think this one is slightly higher effort, but its origins are more obvious despite that. Because it's still got the Looney Tunes theme. You still got the cheese that you collect, which they easily could have turned into rings. So they couldn't be bothered to do that. I mean, I don't know. Like, arguably this is a less well-made game than Super Mario World 7. But at the same time, the obstacles feel a lot less cheap than that game did. Like, when I died in that game, oftentimes it just felt like the game just didn't give me time to react to what was coming. And it's a case where it's like you have to memorize what is ahead, and yeah, I mean, that's what knocked this game down to this point on the list. It could have been a lot better, but it was just a little bit on the cheap side when it came to the obstacles, and that killed a lot of the fun. So I think it's better than Super Mario World 7. I would play this over that. But is it better than the Chess Master? Because, I mean, the Chess Master is a perfectly good version of chess. Perfectly good version of chess. I mean... Whereas you think of this game, and it's a Sonic game where you can't attack enemies. You can attack bosses, sort of. But it's like your attack is missing. It's weird. And I don't know. I mean, the music is kind of okay, but something about it feels slightly off. Graphics are pretty good, to be fair. Aside from it being like a weird hodgepodge of Sonic and Speedy Gonzales, you know. It looks fine aside from that. Level designs are okay. It's got that whole thing where you can look up and down, so the whole issue of, like, leaps of faith isn't a problem with this game, because you don't... You know, it's always in situations where you can look up and down. So it's like, okay, is there going to be a platform at the bottom of the screen, or, you know, ground there? And so it avoids that problem. But the Chess Master is... It is a solid version of chess, but there was also New Chess Master, which is kind of the same game, but just better. I don't think there was a better version of Sonic 6, so I'm going to say it's better than Chess Master. But it's not better than Matchmania. Matchmania, I think I would play over this. But hey, congratulations to our new top 50 game, Sonic 6, brought to us by Sonic World, you know, the legends. As far as I'm aware, this is their only game. But who knows, maybe we will meet them again at some point. We're certainly not done with Sonic yet. Oh, no. Oh. You know, it had to happen eventually. Had to happen eventually. Well, may as well get this one out of the way. Sonic 5 on the Game Boy. So we've seen what Sonic 6 is like. You know, Sonic 6, of course, being the sequel. You know, we've seen the improvements that they made. They have the loop-de-loops. They have the cheese. They have the ability to look up and down. Let's see what they were improving on in this case. So I will apply the same colour palette again, just because I want a blue Sonic. Are you enjoying the soundtrack yet? Wait, they have a yellow cartridge of this? Oh yes, welcome to Sonic 3D Blast 5 for the Game Boy. The time has come. You know, we have seen Mac and Soft before. You know, we saw that Donkey Kong game that I looked at on one of the previous streams. But hey, I mean, so far so good. I mean, granted, it sounds like someone's pouring acid into my ear canal, but other than that, you know, looks okay. We've got this amazing map screen. Of course, Super Donkey Kong 3 had a map screen as well, which actually told you what level you were on. The map screen in this game doesn't do that. In fact, I mean, you can barely read the compass on the top left. But here we go, start. Don't know what that's about. But hey, welcome. At least this game actually has Green Hill Zone in it, which the last game did not. Yeah, well, to be fair, you know, this game, or this song probably would work best as a funeral dirge, so... like, what even is this melody? Also, yeah, like, the map screen that literally does nothing. It's like, okay, we had a little bit of extra space in the ROM, so we just ported this graphic of a map screen into this game. you know, we could have used it for, like, more levels, or, you know, maybe expanding the levels, or more songs, or whatever. No, we're going to use it to add this one picture into the game. Yeah, so I don't know what the song is supposed to be. I literally can't tell. Like, this might be based on a Sonic 3 and Knuckles song, but I literally have no idea. Like, you tell me if this is based on something. Like, I've played a lot of Sonic 3 and Knuckles collection back in the day, and I do not recognise this song. I know that you know, the song that plays in the intro, I mean, that's clearly, you know, the Sonic and Knuckles theme. But yeah, the rest of this music, I haven't got a clue what it's supposed to be. Also note that there's invincibility in this game, but there's no song for invincibility. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, I'm amused by all the enemies being blue as well as me. Like, they couldn't have made them green. Because I've got the, you know, yellow, blue, and green colour scheme. So it's like... I don't know if they ever used the other colour scheme or not. But, also, yeah, you can do a spin dash in this, but it's useless because... if you crash into an enemy with the spin dash, you just take damage. You can jump onto enemies, but you can't spin dash into them, and you can't jump into them from below, or even by the side, usually. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. It's very off in terms of how it works, but there we go. Level 1 complete, we did it. Is it meant to be Angel Island? I literally can't tell. It doesn't sound like it at all. Oh yeah, Sonic Adventure 7. We will get to that one day. Because I do have that game on another cartridge. But, yeah, so I think this song, it almost sounds like it's trying to be the James Bond theme for the first 5 seconds. And then it kind of just turns into something else. Maybe it's meant to be like the boss theme. Because I think it's very slightly like that, but... you know, like, speaking as someone who's played a lot of Sonic in his time, these are the worst Sonic renditions I've ever heard. And that's including that one RPG on the DS, where they had, like, one channel to do everything. That sounded better than this. I'm not even gonna be facetious, no, I'm just gonna be straight up. You know. But there is actually a rather fun fact about this game that I do want to divulge on. So, I don't know if anyone is aware of this, but Sonic 3D Blast 5 actually holds the record for being the first game to be composed using the Bout Diabolique. And you can really feel it through the pain in your luggles. But yeah. Okay, so this is... So the first level I think was meant to be Angel Island. This is clearly supposed to be... what was it? Flying Battery. I'm not sure why Flying Battery is level 2, but, you know, at least it is recognisably supposed to be Flying Battery. So I'll give him credit for that. This is at least recognisable as a Sonic level. Which is not really something you could say for the previous game, where it's obviously just a ROM hack of an unrelated game. Is this game unbeatable? You know what? It may as well be. You know, it might be, like, beatable in a technical sense, but, like... You know, if anyone has ever beaten this game legitimately, I tip my hat to them. Like, I can beat Sonic 2 on Game Gear with all the Chaos Emeralds and everything, and even I balk at the idea of trying to beat this game. Like, yeah, it's like, anyone who has beaten this game, yeah, I applaud them. But that's assuming that person even exists. You know, I've got an idea. Let me try something out. So we're going to turn the sound off. And I'm going to see if I can fix this game. Here we go. Because I think this may actually help things. Okay. So, what do you think? Best Sonic game or bestest Sonic game? Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny. In the last week, I've actually grown to respect Game Gear Sonic 2 a lot more. Because I'm like, you know what? At least that game is beatable. Unlike Sonic 3D Blast 5 or even, like, Radical Rescue. Like, Radical Rescue, how anyone could ever beat that game, I have no idea. Like, like, the bosses individually are next to impossible. And the fact that that game expects you to do a boss rush in addition to that is, like... The game designer for that game was straight up evil. The game designer for this game probably was just incompetent. Or they were being rushed under the gun. Probably both. But, yeah. I mean, I'm guessing, like, most people never made it past this level. Like, the first level isn't too bad, but, like, yeah, you get to this level with the moving platforms, and the game kind of just falls apart. It's got this weird momentum. And I do actually have a theory. Also, yeah, the even pausing the game doesn't pause the music. It's a bit like, is it Rainbow Islands on the NES does that as well? But yeah, I do have a theory about Sonic 3D Blast 5. I think that when they made this game, what they did was they tried to jerry-rig the engine from the Donkey Kong bootleg that I played before. They tried to jerry-rig that engine to make a Sonic game out of it. Which is the reason why you can't jump on enemies unless you jump on them from above. Because that makes sense in, you know... Like, that makes sense for Kiddy Kong. It does not make sense for Sonic the Hedgehog. Also, yeah, you may have noticed a bit of an issue with the moving platforms. You might have noticed that he, like... the second I moved right, he, like, fell through the platform. So, you know, like... So when I played Super Donkey Kong 3, you know, that game has problems, you know. It doesn't control very well. It's very short. The sound is cancer. But you know what? At least... That game at least worked. It literally is like they took the engine from that game, tried to make a Sonic game with it, and then, like, managed to break everything in the process. Like, it's impressive how broken this game is. Like, you've got the spike bug... Like, something that they fixed in, the first Sonic game. It's got this weird momentum, which I think was in the Donkey Kong game, but... Like, that game didn't really have... It was less of a problem in that game, because I think the level design was more forgiving in it. Also, I think... If I remember this correctly, if you activate the spring box, a spring comes out, And I think it makes this section literally impossible to do. So the spring boxes, I think, come from Sonic Triple Trouble. Like, they were in the 8-bit games. They weren't in the 16-bit ones at all, but they seem to have taken a bit of inspiration from those. Even though the game does seem to be based more on Sonic 3 than Sonic and Knuckles, but, you know, whatever. Super Mario 3 Special. I don't have that game. Yeah, I mean, that game is an insult to Super Mario Bros. 3. I don't even love Mario 3, but that game is an insult to it. But it's probably still a better game than this. Because this game is also an insult to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which isn't even my favourite Sonic game. I was always more of a Sonic 2 fan. But Sonic 3 definitely deserves a lot better than this. You know, like, I make fun of, like, Samari, but, like, Samari was at least kind of functional in a way that this game isn't. Again, like, this game just doesn't work. Like, occasionally you'll press the jump button and it just doesn't jump. Like, I was trying to jump there, and he failed to jump, so I got hit by the enemy. Also, yeah, great enemy placement, dudes. Thanks. Appreciate it. Also, where am I supposed to jump here? Okay, let's jump to the right, I guess. Okay. Yep, can't see if there's a platform there. So, you know, something that Sonic 6 did better than this. So, yeah, if you had any doubt that that was a sequel to this game, well, you know, that game definitely had its upgrades over this. Such as, oh, I don't know, actually being a playable video game that actually functioned as it was supposed to. Like, this game, like, a game like this really makes you appreciate something like Sonic 6, because at the very least, that game worked. You know, it was fair, you know, the controls worked okay. The parts of it were difficult, and, like, the attacks don't really make sense, but at least, you know, like the platforming in that game was okay. And a game like this really makes you appreciate a game like that. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, also, yeah, they couldn't even be bothered to program checkpoints. Whereas Sonic 6 had an abundance of checkpoints, as did all the official Sonic games. Except Sonic 2 on Game Gear, but, you know, just about all the other ones did. And even Sonic 2 on Game Gear was a lot more forgiving than this. Because at least Sonic 2 on the Game Gear, the levels were shorter, it controlled better, you could actually, you know, your attack actually worked a lot more reliably, and you could hit enemies from any angle. With exceptions, you know, if an enemy was spiky or whatever, you normally couldn't, but yeah, like, if anyone has ever beaten level 2 of this game, let alone the whole game, okay, beating level 2 of this game, like, you may as well just say you beat the game, because the other 3 levels, this game doesn't get any better. The other 3 levels after this are even worse, somehow. They're actually more reliant on moving platforms, and like I said, the moving platforms just don't work consistently. You constantly fall through them. And, yeah, like, if anyone has ever beaten this game, I feel bad for them. Okay, that was my fault. It's like, nope, shouldn't have. Because you can't land on enemies from below. You can't jump into an enemy from below. What do you think this is, a Sonic game? Yeah. I mean, there is that as well. You know, the moving I mean, granted, there was that one minecart where if you missed it, you basically had to get yourself killed and restart the level. But that was, like, the only one in the whole game, I think. Like, that was a one-time thing. Like, I can forgive that. But like I say, a game like this really does make you appreciate games like Sonic 2 on Game Gear and Sonic 6. It's like, well, at least it's not Sonic 5. Or Sonic 3D Blast 5. A game so bad that I literally have the sound turned off. Because the rest of the game is painful enough as it is, without having that in addition to it. But, like, this is a game that makes Action 52 look polished by comparison. Like, most of the Action 52 games were more playable than this. With the possible exception of Micro Mike. And even that is, like, I would say at least on par with this game. It's like, like, Thrusters is a better game than this. You know, Non-Human is a way better game than this. I would play through Non-Human 5 times in a row before I played through this game a single time. Partly because I can't make much progress in this game anyway, but even if I could, I wouldn't want to. I'm like, no, I play shitty games a lot of the time, but also he stepped off the platform on his own because he was an idiot. But yeah, it's like, you know what, like, no, I think I'm good. You know, I've got to have my limits. And that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna... Yeah. We are not trying that again. No, that's... Once is too many. Okay, that game should be thankful that I'm even playing it for that long. Yo, let's put the menu music back on. Well, that is the ultimate question. I mean, to be fair, if Mega Man on Game Boy can make it onto Nintendo Switch Online, then any game can. Except for Sonic 5. So what do you think? Do you think this is as good as Sonic 6? I don't know. It's... You know, it doesn't have checkpoints. Because you gotta think about it. It does have rings. It's got rings. You know, it's got Flying Battery Zone, or at least a facsimile of it. It does have invincibility. It's got springs. But it doesn't have loops. I didn't come across a single loop in that entire time I was playing that game. And I think that puts it below Sonic 6 because that game had loops. It's not as good as Pocket Monster Go Go Go. Yeah, like Pocket Monster Go 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 was slow, but it was a lot more playable. It's no Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2 was also kind of rushed, but at least it was playable. You know, like the game plays surprisingly okay for being a rush job. It's actually way better than it has any right to be, I think. But it's definitely worse than Boomer's Adventure in Asmik World. You know, this game is not Boomer enough to contend with that game. It's worse than Street Rider. It's worse than Flipple and Exciting Cube game. It's not exciting enough to be on the level of Flipple and Exciting Cube game. And it's definitely worse than Goal. You know, Goal has an apostrophe... Well, no, it doesn't have an apostrophe. It has an exclamation mark. And nothing about Sonic 6, or Sonic 5 rather, warrants exclamation other than just feelings of anger towards it. So it's worse than that. It's worse than Snoopy Magic Show. It's worse than the other Snoopy game as well. Like, I'd rather play that game over this. It's definitely worse than Castlevania The Adventure. Like, musically, these games are on opposite extremes of the scale. Like, Castlevania The Adventure is not a good game, but at least... That game at least had the courtesy to give you, like, a banging tune as you're dying over and over. So it's worse than that. It's worse than Mega Man Dr. Wally's Revenge, because at least that game had checkpoints. That game at least had the courtesy to give you checkpoints. It's like... No, it's worse than that. You know, and you have to think, okay, comparing this directly to Super Donkey Kong 3, which, again, I think this game is built on that game's engine. Again, Super Donkey Kong 3 is a pretty bad game. But it is God compared to Sonic 3D Blast 5. Because you know what? Super Donkey Kong 3 was playable. You know, you could play that game from beginning to end. It worked okay. You know, you had the Animal Buddy. You know, the jumping kind of worked. It didn't work well, but it kind of worked kind of how you would expect it to in a Donkey Kong Country game. And... like I say, that game was a lot more playable. You didn't have the bottomless pits. The moving platforms actually worked. You didn't fall through them at random. The enemy placement wasn't complete bullshit. You didn't have item placement that made the level impossible if you triggered it. So it's, yeah, it's worse than Super Donkey Kong 3. Tom and Jerry was pretty bad. But I would much rather slog through Tom and Jerry than play this. I mean, like, these bottom 10 games are kind of like... I would define as the anti-fun games. These are the games that I would actively recommend avoiding. Like, this bottom 10, these are the games that you should avoid at all costs. But, yeah, I mean, Sonic 3D Blast 5 is definitely worse than Tom and Jerry. Like, that game was played like arse, but at least I could make more progress in it. It's worse than Trump Boy. Trump Boy was more functional. And you could switch between the 3 games. There's something there. NFL football, you could possibly have fun with a second player. Radical Rescue is brutally unfair and stupidly hard at points for no good reason other than Konami just felt like being arseholes. Like, Radical Rescue is anti-fun by design. Sonic 3D Blast 5 is anti-fun by accident, which is normally more excusable. But you also have to consider the scale by which these games are anti-fun. This game is a lot less fun than Radical Rescue, because at least that first, 5 minutes where you're just doing the platforming leading up to the boss, you could have a tiny bit of fun doing that. Like, that part worked. Soundtrack was good, graphics were fine. Really, it was just the gameplay that kills that game. So it's worse than Radical Rescue. Tasmania 2, I could at least get to a boss fight. Like, Tasmania 2 is also broken on a fundamental level. But, presentation was competent. The controls worked better. The attacks ruined that game. But it had more redeeming qualities. Tasmania Story... It's like I said, Tasmania Story is a bad game on just about every level. It's a half-assed conversion of an MSX game no one cared about, based on a film that no one cared about or watched. It has very few redeeming qualities. See, here's the thing. Tasmania Story is an awful game on just about every level. But Sonic 3D Blast 5 does... I feel like mentioning that game in the same sentence is an insult to Tasmania Story. Because at least Tasmania Story felt like a finished game. This, I'm not even sure they started it. They certainly never finished it. There was no testing. Okay, let's put it... Okay, the bottom line, Sonic 3D Blast 5 is unplayable. It doesn't work, it's a glitchy mess. It makes Action 52 look polished. The graphics are the game's only redeeming quality. The game looks okay, but literally everything else about it is irredeemably awful. And, in fact, I would say negate any redeeming quality the graphics might have had. So, not only is this game worse than Tasmania Story, but, you know what? We need to put, a buffer zone between Tasmania Story and Sonic 3D Blast 5. Any game below this is in quarantine. That's like I say, Tasmania Story is awful, but you could play it and maybe get something out of it. Sonic 3D Blast 5, I have to move it away from the other games, just in case it starts infecting the other games and making them worse. Okay, I don't want to risk that. I think this game is the reason why this cartridge was broken in the first place. Yeah, Sonic 3D Blast 5, worst game on this list. Possibly the worst game I've ever played in my life. I don't think... Yeah, I can't think of a single worse game than that. Micro Mike is a better game, because at least that game didn't torture my ears the way this game does. And on that bombshell, we do have 2 more games to cover. I mean... They have to be better than this. There is no way these last 2 games can be worse. But, okay. Let's play some UU4. God, Rocky and Bullwinkle. Ugh. I feel like Rocky and Bullwinkle is a more beatable game, at least. It's more cheesable. You don't fall through platforms at random like you do in Sonic 3D Blast 5, so... Yeah, I think that game is also better. And it pains me to say that, because both games deserve to go in the bin. But yeah, let's play some UU4. You know, it's kind of funny that, I set up the wheel to not play these games in numerical order. And yet, okay, the order I've played these games in is 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. But okay, it is time to play UU Special for the Game Boy. Okay, so... I'm going to say for the record, I know sod all about Yu Yu Hakusho Special. I played the Hummer Team bootleg on Famicom, and that's about it. Aside from that, I know very little about it. But I do know that this game has a strategy guide. I did look this up out of interest, because I wanted to at least have some idea on how this game worked. I don't think this was ever released in English, at least not officially. So, I think this left... So, top left is story. These other two are, like, other battle modes. This one is options. So, I'm not sure what these do. So, this is stereo, mono. I know that. What these other two options are, I'm not sure. This, I think, is sound test, but... Okay. That's about it there. Now, there is a bit of a problem with Yu Yu Hakusho 4. So, this is a fighting game. And... You know, the bar for fighting games has been raised, like, many notches over in this one stream. Like, this is having to compete with King of Fighters and Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. It's going to be a difficult one. But, I mean, hey, you know, it can't be worse than Sonic 3D Blast 5, let's be honest. So let's have a look at the story mode. I'm just going to have a quick look at the moveset. Just to see what the basics are, so I don't always have that down. Okay, so there's dash. Okay, just having a quick look at this. Okay, I think I know what to do. So I wanted to at least have some handle on how to play this, so I think it's... Is that Hiei on the right, I think? I think I at least remember that much. like I said, I know very little about Yu Yu Hakusho, so I'm kind of going into this one mostly blind. And the fact that it's also in Spanish... not Spanish. What am I talking about? The fact that it's also in Japanese does not help. I think it was quite popular in Spain, though, wasn't it? Yeah, I think this is one of those. But yeah, here we go. Hiei versus whoever the other character is. I can't read that because it's like hiragana. Okay. Oh, so was Yu Yu Hakusho? No, this was the game that had that really good Mega Drive game, wasn't it? Like the who was it? Oh, who was it that made the yeah. Treasure, I think, made it, didn't they? Yeah, so they made that game. I know that one's meant to be really good. I never played it much. No, maybe it's a different character. Oh. I got my nice, oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say straight up, this is not quite as smooth as yeah, the other fighting games played it. Also, the jumping's really weird. It kind of jumps like a platformer game rather than a fighting game. It's like you can stop in midair, which is weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, see that damage too? Oh! Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, so I got this right. Yeah, I think, like... I mean, Mac and Soft games, I think it's, like, you have to actively try to do worse than those. And I think the only way you could do worse than a Mac and Soft game is if you were... Is if you basically took a Mac and Soft game and put a lot of, like... You know, like, Nazi bullshit in it. That's the only way you could possibly make it worse. The only way. You know, worst of both worlds. Yes, this game controls a little bit. I mean, the controls aren't bad, to be fair. Like, if I had played this before I'd played the Fatal Fury games, I might be a bit more charitable. The problem is, it's just having played that game, I know how high the bar can be set. And, yeah, I think this game, yeah, it just kind of has the ignominy of having to follow that up, and it's just... Also, yeah, like, you see how big the health bars are as well? I mean, granted, you had 2 health bars in Real Bout, and yet, this feels like it takes way longer to deplete the health bars somehow. No. Okay, so I've run out of special power. Great. Yeah, I love when games do that. It's like, you get a limited amount. So now you're just stuck doing the standard move. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Yep, so I eke out a win by just, like, by just sneaking in a few kicks. Great design there, lads. But, you know, at least I got past it. But I also got that dragon move. That move actually looks pretty good, to be fair. So, I beat a fight. So we're off the mark at least. Okay, is there anything I'm missing here? Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this one. I mean, to be fair, after Sonic 3D Blast 5, this is basically the best thing in the universe compared to that. Because at least it's a game. You know, even if it's like, you know, some Bandai game that was kind of shoveled out onto the Game Boy, at least it works. Oh no, I remember this. Yeah, the man with the hoop, who ends up just being a pain in the ass to fight. I'm amused by that tree in the background, though. Okay? It looks a bit like Angel Island a little bit. See, that I like. Like, that projectile, this game gets points for that, because that just looks great. So I think, yeah, so whenever I do a special move, it uses up the SP bar, but I don't know. But it's like, okay, so you build it up, but it's like whenever you run out, and the other character has some left, it just kind of gives them a huge advantage over you. And that doesn't feel great. Which, again, is not really something I felt with the other fighting games I played today, like the SNK fighters. I don't know, there was a better feel to them, in terms of, not just in terms of how they play, but in terms of how equipped you felt to deal with the AI. Also, I have no idea what that bar on the bottom means. I'm sure that if I was to look through the guide, I could probably check, but yeah, it's one of those things that's not really obvious just from looking at it. And it's not as if there's like a label for it in Japanese or anything, so it's not like even knowing the language would help there. There we go. Yeah, but I think the Microsoft games, like some of them, at least a few of them, are like literally the worst games to ever be released for money. Let's put it that way. But the thing is, I mean, those games are illegal though, because they're, they're bootlegs of popular IPs. I mean, Rocky and Bullwinkle is probably the worst game to be sold for money that was actually legal to sell, that was actually officially licensed. I can't think of any worse than that anyway. Not counting bootlegs, of course. But yeah, I mean, after playing that game, this one's a welcome break. It's not even a great game, it's just, you know... At least it's not Sonic 3D Blast 5. I don't know, it's going to be a strange one to... Oh, so we got like a tournament? Interesting. But, yeah, it's going to be a strange one to rank, really, considering the other games I've played today. You know, it's like we've seen amazing games, and we've seen, like, the worst game ever made. This game kind of falls somewhere in between that, I think it's fair to say. I don't know, like, it's fine. And certainly as far as fighting games on Game Boy go, yeah, this game I think definitely goes in the middle somewhere. It's like, you know, it's fine. I mean, like, so there were 4 of these Yu Hakusho Game Boy games. I have no idea what the other 3 are like. I would imagine this one is probably the best, if I had to guess, because, well, it stands to reason that this would probably be a little bit more refined than the others. It's like the, yeah, like the Fatal Fury game was definitely more refined than previous games. At least it kind of felt like that to me anyway. But, your mileage may vary. But Also, what's with the different size of the sprites? Like I'm fighting a giantess. That's what it feels like. Yeah, try blocking that. I don't think so. Yeah! Okay. You know, it's kind of topsy-turvy that I can actually make some progress in these fighting games, and yet, like, the Sonic game that I played on the stream, but, you know, the one that wasn't a reskin, I can't get past level 2. It's opposite day, I guess. Though, to be fair, when you consider that that game is probably the worst game ever made, that kind of explains it. Okay. Oh, there's a face. Oh, look at the horns on him as well. Is that like the devil version of Darkside Phil? Yeah, here we go. Hiei versus Darkside Phil. Let's go. You know, they recently announced that Marvel vs. Capcom collection, or Marvel and Capcom, whatever they're calling it. I think I might actually get that when it comes out, because that looks quite good. You know, because, you know, I want to support a re-release of that, because that just... Because, you know what, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is an all-time classic, and no one can tell me otherwise. I don't care if the game is unbalanced, I just like that game. Okay, so that does use up SP meter. Oh, that was a waste. See how like that. I was blocking, dude. Come on. Yeah. Scoops. Yeah, here we go. Scoop, tag, and dash. Yo, Phil, where your curly mustache at? So, how do you do, like, grabs or whatever? I don't know. Oh, that is a great move. I love that. Also, it, like, took away most of my health, I think. Okay, well, that's what I get for wasting all my special meter at the beginning. It's like, oops. Yeah. Fuck the Knicks! Okay. So, I think that's... I mean, I assume this, like, continues or whatever, but okay. Yeah, he does look a little bit like Bout, Chin-Tian, or, Justice Bao, or whatever you want to call him. I don't know. But, okay. So I do want to check one other thing before I rank this, because I did check the modes, and I think the bottom left one might be worth looking at. So the top right one is just battle mode. You just, like, battle characters without story or anything. But yeah. But yeah, actually, you know what? Not bad. I was actually expecting less from this game. See, the thing is, this game has the ignominy of being a perfectly fine game that's on the same cartridge as two of the best fighting games on the entire system. So what is this? I want to see what this is about. Because I haven't seen this before. So there you go. Is this going to turn into Game Boy Gallery? It's like, here comes, yeah, we replaced Mario with a cat girl. Actually, I'll be down with that. So what is this mode? Well, we gotta be the cat girl. I don't know what the moves are, so I'm just gonna have to, like, guess. But okay, we have to see what this is. See, Real Bout Special didn't have a cat girl in it. It had Blue Mary, but it didn't have a cat girl. So... You know, that gives this game a certain advantage. Okay, what is this? Okay, I didn't actually check this part before the stream. Wait, is this like... Hold on, is this like that one event from Gladiators? Like the duel? They gotta knock each other off the platforms? See, my paddle is a lot smaller though. Yep. Might take a bit of practice, this one. So I don't know if I just have a shorter attack. Okay. Try that again. So I'm guessing this bottom option is 2-player. Fine, I'll try one of the other characters. So, okay, so this plays completely differently to the main game. So, again, it's more like Duel from Gladiators, where you've just got, like, a paddle, and you just have to hit the other player repeatedly. For a second, I was like, okay, that looks more like a Ranma character. That was Koto? Okay. Like I say, you have to excuse my lack of knowledge of Yu Yu Hakusho. Again, I know basically nothing about it. I've played the Hummer Team bootleg and not much else. Oh, trying to figure out how the controls work. So the A button doesn't really seem to do anything. So I'm not sure how you get hitting on the AI without getting hit yourself. Haven't figured that out. See, it would help if they... I mean, there's probably a way to break out of that animation, but I don't know what it is. No. I'm probably... Hard to tell if I'm just being rubbish, or if there's a strategy to that I haven't figured out. I don't know. But, yeah. I mean, I'll give it credit for being different, though. So, anyway. So where does Yu Yu Hakusho 4 go on this list? It's a difficult one. I mean, obviously, it does not go in the quarantine zone with Sonic 3D Blast 5. You know, it's better than that. It's better than Mega Man 3. You know, I'd gladly take it over that. It's better than Castlevania The Adventure. And it's, as far as fighting games go, it's certainly a better game than Master Karateka. It's a lot less dated in a sense of how it plays. Like, I don't know. There's some datedness to it, but it's smoother. You know, it works better. You've got more to do. There's more systems in play. It's easily better than Dead Heat Scramble. Dead Heat Scramble was a pain to play. This kind of isn't. It's better than Parasol Henby. It's better than Flipple, an exciting cube game. You know, it's got the dragon. There's no dragon in that game. It's not quite exciting enough for this. I mean, I would happily play this over Hey Yankyo Alien. It's better than Missile Command. It's better than Rubble Saver 2. It's better than Mega Man 2. But I don't think it's that much better. I kind of liked Mega Man 2, I don't know. But I think it's better than Pocket Monster Go Go Go. Like, it doesn't have that weird slowdown that this game has. It doesn't have the whole thing of... Like, I'm sure it had continues. Like, Pocket Monster Go 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 didn't have a cat girl in it. Or at least it didn't as far as I could tell. It had Meowth reciting My Heart Will Go On. Actually, yeah, does that put it above this game? No, I think it played better. Yeah, if I had to play one of these games, I'm not sure, actually. I would play it over Hyper Load Runner. I'd play it over Boxel as well. I'd play it over Super Mario World 7. And it is better than Sonic 6. But it's not better than Muhammad Ali Boxing. As far as fighting games go, I mean, it's certainly not on the level of The King of Fighters or Real Fatal Fury Special. Those games are on an entirely different level to all of the other combat games we've come across. So it's not on the level of the other ones we've seen today, but it's still one of the better ones. Like, honestly, this game is fine. Again, I would have expected much worse, considering that it's like a Bandai licensed game. But it's one of the few I've played where I'm like, you know, this is fine. But I think I would play Muhammad Ali Boxing over it. Because it had the Pog faces, it had Storming Norman. The sound wasn't as good, but... Yeah, Muhammad Ali Boxing is better. And I think that weird port of Clax is better than this, because there's always time for Clax. And I feel like, you know, you have to think about it in the sense of, well, there was that one Yu Yu Hakusho game on the Mega Drive that's supposed to be, like, really good. In fact, I think in Japan it was rated as the single best Mega Drive game. Not counting add-ons, anyway. See, I played over Boxel 1, but would I play it over Boxel 2? Because Boxel 2 has the extra themes. And those themes are pretty damn good. You know, they carry the game a little bit. No, I think I'd play Boxel 2 over this, but it is better than Matchmania. Yeah, so there we go. Yu Yu Hakusho 4... No, Yu Yu Hakusho Dai 4 Dan. I forget what 4 is in Japanese. Is it Chi? I can't remember. But anyway. So, we have one more game left to cover today. And it's probably going to end up being the most straightforward of all of them. Bust-A-Move 3 for Game Boy. I'm just going to enjoy this theme for a bit longer before we actually go into this, because I just like this menu song. I don't know. In fact, you know what? This menu theme alone is better than the entirety of Sonic 3D Blast 5. But probably not any of the other games. But you know what? Congratulations to Tasmania Story. You know, congratulations for not being the worst game on this cartridge. You know, credit where it's due. Okay, so... yeah, let's go for this colour scheme. I think that'll work pretty well. Oh, yes. We are down. We are always down for the bobble. And the bubble. Not so sure about a claim, though. But we do have Probe on the case. And Crawfish on them. Is this one going to be good or not? Oh, that music, though. Ooh, you look at the cast of characters, well. For a second I thought that was Captain Falcon in the middle, but it's not. Where are Bub and Bob in this? Okay. Credits, I mean, I'm not going to play for credits anyway. Okay, let's go for a one-player puzzle. Wait, you're 2.5? Okay, I kind of want to see what that is, but okay, we'll start with normal mode first. Okay, let's go to just level A. We'll just start off with the with standard. So yeah, Bust-A-Move 3 on the Game Boy. So yeah, back in the day, I didn't have this game, but I did have Bust-A-Move 2 for PlayStation. And you know what? Bust-A-Move 2 for PlayStation, pretty good game. Really good conversion, though. I remember there was like some bastard hard randomization going on with it. Oh, I will be Mr. 2.5. You know, if Pitbull can be Mr. 305, then I can definitely take the role of 2.5. Mr. Worldwide. Oh, okay, I thought that was a different icon. See, it's a bit hard to tell them apart on, you know, a monochrome screen. And that's... okay, so that's really the problem with this version, because, you know, Bust-A-Move... well, I mean, it's a game that was designed for, you know, colour. And when you put it on a monochrome screen, it really makes it a lot harder to play. At least the soundtrack sounds pretty good. And though, to be fair, after playing Sonic 3D Blast 5, literally anything is going to sound better. Yeah. Like I say, it's got the issue where it's hard to tell which icons are which. Yeah. Like, maybe if I set all the colours to be the same for both the sprites and the background, it would help. I mean, I could do that. Okay, so I got an idea. Oh, actually. I just realised. Yeah, so I think I know the secret. Oh, hold on. No, I'm misreading this. No, I think I've messed this one up. Oops. Yeah, I'm out of practice with this. But I mean, you try aiming this without those guidelines. I need the guidelines for this game. I was never very good at Bust-A-Move, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, I was never good at fighting games, and I was also never good at Bust-A-Move, I should say. Yeah, well, I didn't really deserve a bonus for that, really, did I? You know, it's always good to hear the Bust-A-Move theme song. That's good to... Okay. Trying to do it and... Okay. Like I say, I was never great at these games. So, but I don't know. I mean, I like Buster Move. Though Buster Move is one of those things I feel is more fun with a second player, I think. Your mileage may vary, but when it comes to Buster Move, I'm like, you know what? You know, a second player always makes it better. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a similar situation with Klax. But I want to say Klax was easier to read, just on the basis of, well, they completely redesigned the graphics for that one. Whereas this one, they kind of didn't, at least not to the same extent. It's an odd one. You know, gameplay-wise, it's perfectly fine. You know, the presentation is otherwise fine. You know, it's not Sonic 3D Blast 5, where the same makes you want to chop your ears off. But, yeah, it is the kind of thing you play it and you're like, okay, I do kind of wish that I had a colour screen for this. Or that the game was released for Game Boy Color instead. Because they also ported Buster Move 2 to Game Boy, you know, monochrome. And again, it's like, it's not really the ideal platform for it. I think there was a Game Gear port of the first game. Also, yeah, I have no idea how you meant to solve these levels quickly. I never figured it out. It's like, you just gotta pray. The game gives you a favourable set of pieces at the beginning. It's okay, I got pot. Oh! Okay, well, I guess that works. Except I don't have anything to match this up with, so thanks for that game. Okay. Also, I think the screen is meant to shake when it does that woo sound. But I guess they just didn't do that for this version. But yeah, I mean, I would put this down to a, you know, a Klax scenario. Ooh, there we go. See that for a trick shot? I mean, there's no way I was ever going to get a time bonus on this level, even if I did beat it. Doesn't help when the game keeps giving me the same piece over and over when I can't use it for anything. It's like, can't really use that. Can't use that either, so that's not really going to help. See, now it's just spamming these same two pieces. Wonderful. It's like, yep, can't really use this. I mean, yeah, that happened a lot in Buster Move 2 on PlayStation as well, so it's not like... I don't know, was there an issue in the arcade versions? I'm not sure. I haven't played the arcade versions that much. Like I said, this is a game, because, you know, I grew up playing games in the home. You know, I never really got to go to arcades much. So, in my case, it was, you know, well, played at home and, you know, hope it was a, hope it was a good port. Oh, hold on, I just realised the strategy. Okay, I could have just done that the whole time. And I was a fool. I did not. The problem is now the games just keep giving me this second piece over and over. Oh no, maybe not. How long is this level? I don't remember any of the levels in Buster Move 2 being this long. Not that I ever beat the game, but I did get pretty far into it as a kid. I don't know. I've got okay. Does this level just go on forever? Oh, wait, no, I get it. This is one of those weird things they added for this one. Yeah. Where it's got that thing where you have to get to the... You have to get enough pieces to get the goal. Yeah. I totally forgot about this bit. Like I say, I mean, Buster Move 2 is the one that I had back in the day, so... Whatever was new to Buster Move 3, I kind of missed out. Oh no. I mean, the box art for Bust a Move 2 in America, that's what should have been illegal. Ooh. Yeah, like, you desecrate Bust a Move 2 like that? Like, I'm not even a massive fan of Bust a Move 2, but I'm like, it deserved better box art. You know, so it's that kind of thing. I was never a massive, like, Bubble Bobble fan or anything like that, but... Yeah, Bubble Bobble's cool. Oh. I might have messed this up. Yep, especially... Because I misplaced that one. Great. Yeah, maybe if the level didn't go on for like 5 hours, I could do it. So that's the problem when you get this situation, where you have to pray the game gives you the piece you need, but... Of course, well, from my experience, most of the time it doesn't. Okay, now, this judged it. Yeah, well, at least I got that. Oh! Yeah, of course I was off by like a pixel, so now I have to lose. Oh! Okay. I don't know how I did that, but I'll take it. Oh. Okay. Somehow I beat that level. I don't know. Also, I took way too long to beat it. Well, we're gonna go to level H, I think. Oh, question mark level. Yeah. See, are the pieces randomized a certain way in this? Like, I can't remember. Like, I don't remember how it works, and I'm also not sure if it differs based on what version you play in, because it may be a case that the arcade version does it differently to the console ports. Well, like I say, the console ports are the ones I had. I do know that there was a version of Bust a Move, well, certainly the first 2 games at least, where they had versions for Neo Geo. Though I think they were largely the same as the, you know, the other arcade versions. Like, they weren't exactly the same, but similar, I think. Which piece is that? Okay, it's that one. Okay, I'm amazed I haven't got game over yet. Because, like I say, I was never good at these games. But I'm okay with this. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. It's always the really annoying thing about trying to play these games. It's like, oh, you missed by like a pixel, so now you suffer. At least that's what happens with me, anyway. I know that when you continue, you get the line back, but you only get so many continues, I think. It's like you get... Is it like 3 continues and then you're done? At least on the PlayStation version it was like that. Maybe it was different on arcade. So we've got the heart shape. Oh, probably should have gone for the left. Okay, that was a bad idea. My fault, that. You know what, I'm gonna bounce this off the... Oh. Tried to bounce it off the level, didn't work. Fine, I'll just do this. Is that H? Like that one piece? I guess it looked a little bit like that, but it doesn't look like that in the other versions. I do want to see what that year 2.5 is. I need to see what that option is. I have to know. Because that was not in Bust a Move 2, I know that much. Certainly, well, not on PlayStation anyway. So is this going to be more like Bust a Move 2, maybe? It's like 2.5. Yes, this is like similar. Oh, hold on. No, that's not going to work. Right. Okay, I like how it calculates that in real time, though. That's pretty good. Problem is now I have to wait for the game to give me a star thing. Oh, maybe not. I can just do that. I did go to level H. Yeah, see that for a speed run? 3 seconds, that's what I'm talking about. What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh. Maybe I should have gone for the... Okay. I wasn't looking hard enough. No! Get out of the way. There we go. Let me win the level. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this looks very similar to... So, I guess it's just a different set of levels to the other one. I was hoping for something, like, weird. But, no, this will do. I'm okay with this. Yeah. What do you think Crazy Vaclav would make of this game? Would he rate it highly? He might. Okay, yeah, I'll have a quick look on the versus computer mode. So I'll deliberately lose here. Yeah, that was like the H piece. They're probably a bit more like an N. Okay, let's quickly take a look at the versus computer mode because I just want to see. Cause I'm kind of curious to see what the AI is like in this. I remember the AI kind of gets bastard hard, I think. Sort of later on. It's one of those games, I think. But yeah, Buster Move 3 DX. Sorry. Yeah, Buster Move 3 DX. Hold on, I gotta fix the title because I forgot it was called that. Was the arcade version called that, or was it just the console versions? So what is challenge? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think this might be versus player. So we got Bob, and then we got like a bunch of other characters. I'm sorry, that really does look like knockoff Captain Falcon. We're gonna go for him. I want to see who this is. Even if you fail, you can advance the next... Oh, so is this not against the AI? I thought it was. Okay, never mind. Okay, so what is challenge? Okay, so you don't get the... Yeah, so right away you don't get the thing that shows you where you're moving the thing to, or where it's going to connect. No, I'm messing this up already. Great. Nope, game's just RNGing me. Yeah, there we go. Did it. Yeah, you guys speed run these levels to get any kind of points. You know, what happens if I lose? Do I just not get a point? Yeah. So yeah, I can speed run the challenge mode by just deliberately losing on all the levels. That'd be funny. Yeah, any of the levels that have a layout like that, where it's like just single bits or whatever that you can't really do a whole lot with. Yeah, I tend to think of them. But to be fair, I have also been playing for like 4 hours, I think. So, it takes its toll for a while. Ooh, see that for a play? Try to stop me. No. Okay. So what happens after level 5? I don't know. Okay, well it's one of these levels, so I'm not going to bother with that. Yeah, well, after all that I've played in this level, I'm like, you know what, I'm feeling lazy right now. If this was the first game I was playing, maybe. But, okay. So what's the... Actually, oh. I messed up. Sorry, I meant to go into options. Where's an option? Oh, that's right, I did look earlier, didn't I? Okay, play versus computer, normal. That's right, they all get different pieces, don't they? That is a great face. I have to see this face in action. Here we go, we got the end pieces. I'll give this a quick go, and then I think I'll rank this one, call it stream. No, and now messing up again. I'm not even trying to mess up this time, I'm just, like... I think Sonic 3D Blast 5 kind of sucked out all my gaming skill. Any of the skill that I had earlier this stream is just gone. Yeah, just vanished. Like, that's what that game does to you. You know, like, the bottom 10 games will make you feel worse. That game will make you play worse in other games. No, the game's just not giving me the pieces I need. It's only giving me ones that I can't do anything with. It just decided to be vindictive. It's like, yeah, you're not going to beat this level because we decided to give you the wrong pieces for any given situation. It's like, it's always the problem that I had playing Bust-A-Move, like, 2-player. Because it's a case where you have to pray that the game gives you the right pieces. And I feel that that's kind of the difference between, like, a really good, like, you know, versus puzzle game and one that isn't. Where, like, I don't know, like, Puyo Puyo felt a lot less luck-based than this. It's why I never really got into the multiplayer modes in this at all. It's because it's a case of, yeah, it's just like, well, I could play this, but I could also just play Puyo Puyo instead. And I prefer that. Like, I've always preferred just the puzzle modes in this game. So who is this I'm fighting against? I don't even know this character. I kind of feel bad for not knowing, but... Oh. Yeah, of course now I can't do that. Right. Well, I can do that! Hooray! Also, how I'll beat that first level, I have no idea. The room has gotten too warm for me to be able to play my... this properly. You anime girl, where your curly mustache at? Okay, here we go. Can you imagine, like, fighting game commentary over this game? You've got that reversal. No, misnamed it. No, there we go, saved it. Hooray! Okay. Okay, yo, let's end this. Because it's like 20 past 7. And I want to do some... I want to get myself some dinner. So, let's end this game here. And we'll call it a day. Wait, Tim Follen did the music for this? I wasn't aware of that. I mean, it sounds pretty good. To be fair. But does it sound as good as the CD versions? I'm not sure, because those versions sounded pretty good too. It's on a similar level, I think. But anyway. Yeah, so that is Bust-A-Move 3 DX, but where does it go on this list? Well, yeah, so... Okay, let's compare this to Klax. Because Klax kind of has a similar problem to Bust-A-Move on Game Boy. In the sense that it's a game based all around colours. You know, so you got all the colour-coded pieces. And, you know, Bust a Move has the same problem. So it's like, I mean, but see, Klax made more of an effort to adapt itself to Game Boy. But you also have to think, well, you know, there have to be better takes on the Game Boy Color in both cases. Because there was a Game Boy Color version of Klax that, from what I remember, was quite good. And there were, you know, Bust a Move games on Game Boy Color as well. So both of them kind of suffer just in that respect. And, like, But if I had to choose one to play, which one would I rather play? I mean, Klax is a bit more limited. There were certainly more options in Bust a Move 3DX. So I think I would probably take it over Klax. And I think the sound is better as well. There wasn't any in-game music in Klax, it just had those kind of ugly sound effects. The graphics were a lot less good than the other versions. Bust a Move 3DX, if it was in colour, would be hard to fault as a port. The lack of colour is the fault. Like, it just is the problem. If this was on Game Boy Color, it would be great. But the lack of colour is the problem. But I would take it over Muhammad Ali Boxing. I think it's better than that game. It's better than DuckTales. Is it better than that weird port of Mr. Do? Like, Mr. Do is more original. And it's Mr. Do. Yeah, Klax on Game Boy was very minimal. It played quite well, but it definitely suffered presentation-wise compared to other versions. This one a bit less so, which kind of makes it better than Klax, I think. I don't know, would I rather play it than that weird port of Mr. Do? Because playing Mr. Do on Game Boy, it makes me wish I was playing the arcade version. But the same is also kind of true of this. And I think that, considering the limitations, this is a better conversion of the game it's based on. It's better than the Pac-Man ports. But it's not better than Pinball Revenge of the Gator. I think that is a better game than this. Like, if I had to play one of them, I would go for this. Because it doesn't have the issues with colour. You know, Pac-Man kind of have porting issues. Pinball Revenge of the Gator is just a good, solid pinball game. Bust a Move doesn't really work as well on Game Boy as a pinball game does. So, yeah, you know, congratulations to our new top 40 game, Bust a Move 3DX, by Acclaim and Probe, and apparently Crawfish. So, yeah, all in all, incredibly mixed bag today, but to be fair, you know, still a big improvement over the last stream, even with Sonic 3D Blast 5, you know, I mean, the sheer horror of Sonic 3D Blast 5 was negated by Nettou, King of Fighters 97, and Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. 2 new top 10 games. Really good. You know, definitely play those games at some point. And, you know, maybe play a few of the others. Like I say, the Yu Yu Hakusho game, maybe even Sonic 6. You know, perfectly fine games. But I think that will be it for today's stream. I've got something in mind for the next one. Maybe something of particular interest to some people. But anyway, I will let you all get on with your evening. You know, we had a new bottom of the list. We almost had a new top of the list. And like I say, this is like, you know, maybe 1/100th of a point difference. You know, Fatal Fury Special and Bubble Ghost, almost perfect games in both cases. But to beat Bubble Ghost, you kind of have to be flawless. But anyway, I'll leave you all to your evenings, so take care and enjoy the rest of your day. And hopefully I'll see you in the middle of the week. So take care.